Refueling truck is on its way. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Hello, this video will show a new GSX Pro feature that has been added with the January 2023 update, remote de-icing. De-icing pads act like special parking spots and are selected from the GSX menu when you are outside a regular parking. The airport profile can specify individual names for de-icing pads with multiple positions. Like a regular parking or runway start, you can ask for a follow me car or show the position with a pointer. The pointer can be helpful to indicate the de-icing pad location if you are unfamiliar with the airport. Here, at FSDT Zurich, which has been updated to show more accurate ground markings in the de-icing pads, and with a new GSX profile, we have two main de-icing areas, with 3 positions each. We selected the C2 position of the de-icing pad that serves runways 10, 28, and 32. Each position has a visual guidance and display system, which is basically a de-icing specific docking system. When approaching the pad area, the display will show your flight number according to your current flight plan, using SIM brief if available, and the de-icing stand name. When closing in, a guidance system will show a decreasing number of arrows, each one representing 3 meters from the stop position, to help you position the airplane at the correct location. Once you reach the stop position, you can call the de-icing vehicles, or choose to reposition the airplane.
Fuel truck is in position. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Are incoming. They will arrive fairly quickly because, when de-icing on remote areas, they are not coming from parking, but just appear behind your plane.
Confirm aircraft is ready for treatment.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Start in the same way as if it was performed on a regular parking spot.
Treatment now and observe fluid concentration at 75%. I will call you back when ready.
The display now shows de-icing is in progress. What we are showing here, it's a remote de-icing pad defined in a custom airport profile, but this is only one of the 2 ways remote de-icing is used in GSX Pro.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Pads, remote de-icing will be available everywhere outside a parking spot. It will then your responsibility to stop in a place where de-icing would make sense. When the airport profile has custom de-icing areas, you will be only allowed to call de-ice in the designated spots, and the custom display guidance can be added to those areas. This way, you don't have to wait for custom airport profiles to be updated to
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
You can just call remote de-icing from any place in the airport. On the other hand, with a custom airport profile, you'll be required to operate more like in real life, using properly designated de-icing areas, with the convenience of being able to select them from the GSX menu, and custom names defined in the
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Right, good morning everybody. Very warm welcome to is it Monday morning? I think it is Monday morning. It is, yes. Mrs. is back to work. I got peace and quiet, thank God for that. Lovely. Right, so yeah, here we go. Helsinki, another stream. Come on, making aircraft work. Good, yeah, so Helsinki to Rome. Nice little win, nice little flight down Finnair today. Something a little bit different, bit of winter ops again, like we've sort of done before. But GSX, yes, I know what we're doing. GSX have updated themselves recently. They've enabled remote de-icing. I think I said this on the last stream I did where I did de-icing, where at the time it was only on the stand, which was fine, but The problem with de-icing is if you've got really heavy precipitation, like heavy snow, and a long taxi to go to the runway, you know, the holdover time, which is how long the aircraft can be after spraying and perhaps to be resprayed again, you know, that long taxi time can exceed the holdover time effectively.
Please
So
use your airplane
it would
fuel
mean shut
system
up.
to set the desired fuel quantity.
Yeah, let's just start this. So yeah, the whole point of remote de-icing is that you can do it on the or next to the runway, which is great because it means the holdover time for the de-icing fluid is basically not affected. Right, in terms of load today, we've got 154 passengers, a little bit of freight as well. Where's the OFP? So let's have a quick look at this. Just do a bit of 1,700 kilograms of frozen fish down to the Romans. Take that down there. Bit of an underload, so that's not too bad. About 3 hours flight time, which is
Please use
perfect.
your
If we can
airplane
get
fuel
going about
system to set the
11:30.
desired fuel quantity.
Amount of fuel, that taking about another 2.4 tons. This is similar to the route that they took today. I don't know what the departure was, didn't put that in, but yeah, very, very similar. Real world flight as well. This is, well, it's not the same aircraft. I think it's a 319 down there, but 1761 was the flight down to Rome today. 78 Delta is the call sign. So yeah, this is going to be very similar to the real world flight. This is the stand that it departed from as well, so I looked at that on Flight Radar 24, so this is the actual stand it departed from.
Please use your airplane
Shut
fuel
up,
system
yes
to
I
set
will
the
in a minute.
desired fuel
About
quantity.
11.3 tons we need minimum. Let's have a quick look at the weather, just to make sure. What's that? Severe turbulence, blah blah blah. Where's that? Rome, Milan, bit of severe turbulence probably around the Alps, Sweden, severe mountain waves, fair enough. Ljubljana. It's not the nicest day, but Rome is 0306, all the nice drizzle, a little bit wet down there, doable, that's fine, not gusty at all.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the
few
desired fuel
showers,
quantity.
rain, yeah, about sort of our time, that's good. Malpensa's the alternate, that's looking good, no fog, perfect. Pisa, cool. So weather's not too horrific. What's the sigma? Let's have a quick look at that. There it is. So a little bit of turbulence around there. So maybe in that it's isolated. Can't really read that. Where's my zoom? I can't isolate it. But it's CB somewhere down here. But we
Please
should
use your airplane fuel system to set the
go
desired
round all
fuel
of those.
quantity.
Cool. NOTAMs. Obstruction cranes. Don't care about them. But de-icing coordinates have changed. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. ILS for 22 left to US. ILS 22 right download to Cat 1. Okay. That's fine. It's you know we can see out the window, can't we? It's fine. Not that I can see much from here, but yeah, it's basically Cat 1. Good. Rome. Probably War and Peace for NOTAMs for Italy.
Please use your
Usual sort of
airplane
place.
fuel system to set the desired fuel
Yes,
quantity.
yes, of course. It's it takes me 4 hours to read that. Right, in terms of fuel, I'm going to take a little bit just for the weather. Let's take about another half ton just in case we need to go down a couple of thousand feet. A little bit for the de-icing as well, a bit of the APU. So let's say 400. Let's go 487, 387. So let's go 11.6. Let's go 11.6 on the fuel. We will do it anyway. I haven't said hello. Hey Tim, hey Christian, hey Mark, Kevin, Brian, everybody else. I am about to do it. Shut up. Honestly, about as nagging as my wife. Right, 11.6. That's what we want. A little bit of cargo. There we go. So let's start loading that. Yes, and let's start doing it here as well. Request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Right, hopefully that shut them up. So SEGs, there we go. SEGs, is that a SEGs? Can't remember. 38 minutes to go. So let's crack on with all this. It's sort of like a turnaround state. Probably wasn't in a turnaround state, but let's get that off because that just upsets FatSim. They're all off. That is, let's go, yeah, system 1. That's on, that's on. I'm sure the lights work. Let's get the APU started because it is vacuum free, isn't it? It's Helsinki, so it would be. There's fish, so yeah, let's keep it nice and cold. Otherwise, we'll defrost the fish. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah. And bing, 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 bing. Yeah. Good. Is that on? I think so. Just about to see it. You probably can't see that, can you? Because my fly stream thing. Yeah. There we go. That's on. Perfect. That's a bit of a funny view, isn't it? Right. Get you on. Get you on. Get you started. They're all off, they're all off, they're all off. That's all done. Perfect. Old jet
Do you
this.
want a board crew?
No, I'm already here, mate. Don't need a board crew. Yeah, very old jet. Oscar Hotel Lima X-Ray Mike. It's
Passengers boarding starting.
it was about 19 years old, I think, this jet. So I've sort of set it up as per 19-year-old aircraft. So old sort of steam gauge dials. Don't let her. Oh, she knows, Christian. She knows. No. What's the word? Brake fans. No brake fans. I've got a few other things as well. The AC essential bus doesn't automatically transfer. Where is it? Ooh, which one? That one. So that doesn't automatically transfer. Have I got nav and go around? I think I might have nav and go around. God, I feel like I've drunk half a pint of coffee this morning, because I have drunk half a pint of coffee, so I do feel like I'm sort of speaking a little bit fast. So there we go. Yellow hydraulic steering. That's about all we got on this jet, so that's fine. Ground services. You're all being done. Perfect. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure how the remote de-icing is. Still younger than the Jet 2 fleet, exactly, Mark. Yeah, it is. So you're being done and get me nectar points. There we go, 460 litres, perfect. It's going to get me some good vouchers for Sainsbury's. Right. I don't know why you've got steps on the back, maybe just for the rubbish or something, but I put the cane tune on, that's all done. Who are you? Yeah, there's a bit of a... Yeah, that might need updated. That's... Yeah, not too sure. You're appearing in midair. Right, yeah, they... Interesting. I know what... Because I've got the GSX profile loaded, but I know what they've done is they've done the GSX profile for when the jetty is detached. So they've got people started. Really, they should have started them from down here and then... Good. Right, let's have a look at the flight plan. This is a Fenix as well. Let's have a look at the failures. See if we can get a failure. Random. No one. No, see, you need to go on all. Start as a fault. There we go, just in case we have a bit of fun with a failure. Right, request you. Tissue. Bless you. Gesundheit. So old they run with steam engines. Yeah. There we go, Helsinki Rome, that's good. We are Finnish. I'm not very good at Finnish. Fim. It's not Fim, is it? Dyslexic twat. Fin. 7-8 Delta. Oh, come on, you bastard now. Yeah, I do know Finnish people, but I don't actually know what their accent is like. Right, where's my flight plane gone? What's the cost index? 15, apparently. I've got no idea if that's a real world cost index, but sorry, who cares? Cruise is 36,000 feet. That makes sense. It's going in the right direction. I think I might have to transition to an odd flight level at some point. Maybe. Yes, I probably will. I don't know. It's got all sorts of weird, wonderful flight levels on my flight plan. I don't know what you're working out, what you're doing. It's up a climb, 3.6, then a descent. Yeah. 290. Oh, this is really weird. Hang on a minute. Let me just see if I can redo this flight plan, because this seems to imply I'm descending to flight level 360 at some point, which is daft. Not so. 290. Oh, come on. Which is probably really. Oh, to be honest, that doesn't matter really, does it? But yeah, that would really ruin my fuel planning. Let's do that again. See what it says. It's probably going to say like about 10 tons of fuel now. Oh no, it's still similar at 3.6. Okay, good. Well, yeah, we'll leave that. That's fine. So about 360. Where's it gone? There it is. Right, get the winds in. Requests. Something is different. Either you are very enthusiastic day, have very good mood today, had way too much coffee. It's C, definitely C, Christian. I've just had far too much coffee. Yeah, good mood. You implying I'm usually a miserable bastard. How do you know me so well? -4, family. It's cold as when I was walking the dog. RS position is somewhere north of the equator. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. Just like I said, it's just too much coffee. It will wear off. Don't worry. I will start settling down and probably mellowing out and yeah, working out what on earth's going on. I've probably got some emails to send anyway to people. Right, where are we going? Milan is about 2.8 tons. It's not 2.8, 2.2 even. That there. Right, so I need Navigraph up, don't I? Navigraph. I do love my missus, don't get me wrong. I know I give her a lot of stick, but no, she is very, very good. Import from SimBrief. That's probably one. It doesn't make any difference, does it? It's the same flight plan, you're numpty. Right, good. Airports, that. I need some. I need departure. Seed. No. Yeah, Christ, what direction are we going? That one, not that one, not that one. No. Where's the one that goes to the west? No. That one, mate? No, it's not that one. Need ATC. No. Nurto, that sounds like it.
Morning.
Nunto. That'd be the one. Nunto 3 November. Departure. Where are we going? 2 right. Nunto 3 November. You actually landed on 3-4 right today as well. The aircraft this morning. I don't know if we might be able to get 1-6 left potentially. What was it? Ritep 3 Charlie. So yeah, we may not have to do 3-4. Oh, it's so bloody. Ritep. There we go. What is it? Ritep 3 Charlie. That one. With probably a rat here. God knows, that'll do for the minute. I can sort that out once we're in the air. Distance is 1,316 miles. We've got 1,320 on the flight plan. That would do. That's perfect. Radnav's come back to you in a second. Progress. So we have to do this. 360 at 360 at minus fucking cold. Minus 64. There we go. Not far away from the environmental limit there. So minus 70 is about the environmental limit for us. What it says for fuel, we want about 11.6. Trip is about 7.5. It's not saying the trip because it's a donut, but 11.6, that's exactly what we want, so that would do. Take flight 71.5. Do the trim. And how long we got? Half an hour, we've got loads of time, perfect, so that's done. Not much extra time. By the time we get going, contingency, what is contingency? About 400, yeah. So as soon as we get going, that'll be an extra 10 minutes because contingency will be thrown into the extra time. Copy that, right, where's me? You. There. Where's Helsinki? Engine out stuff.
I'm right next to her. Thank you.
Where am I? Finland, that's the one. Finland. Oh, look at that. Almost got right on it. I can't pronounce any of these bloody names of Avalu. There we go, Helsinki 22 right. Right, so it's non-standard and NADP 1 as well. Good. Hey, Bahi, Richard Gnarly. I don't understand a word of that. You're just writing that backwards. Rock is sand, eat, ood. Yeah, is that just backwards writing for something? Right, anyway, fail. Where are we going to go? Put you in. Oh. There's actually a waypoint called EFAL. I want EFAL. So what is it? 2 right, non-stud Helsinki 8 miles. Turn right to Lackert. Right, where is Helsinki VOR? Oh, that's perfect. It's right at the end of the runway. That would do. That makes things very nice and easy. Helsinki, so 220. 8 miles. Store. Clear you. I don't want you. Go away. EFAL. Oh, and then what did I say? Knackers something. Knackers. Yeah. That one. Oh no, lacquers. Oh, God. Maybe I need to drink coffee more often. Well, I do drink coffee quite often. Maybe I need to drink this coffee more often. Right, hold there. Hold. And hold is 06969 giggity. left turns. Go to the left. Perfect. Right, I bet you clear the hold out now, don't you? Where are we? E, F, H. Okay. Right. Oh no, still in. What did it say on the no times? It said something about the no times, about the ILS. Not working. ILS due to left US. Well, I can't do that then, can I? I think they're using, what's the other one? What's the one that goes the other direction? 1-6. I think they're using the ILS actually. 1-6 or whatever it is. 1-5. Yeah, well, let's just put that in. Nice long runway, so that's fine. No star. Has it got on? No, it hasn't. Perfect. That would do. Well, that would do. That would do, donkey. Yeah, so, where are we? There we go, so 8 miles off to Lack, and then we just come back in runway 15. Hey Scotty, how you doing? That's done. Right, where's the weather? I need the weather. I feel like I'm in a rush to get going. I'm not really in a rush to get going. There's not really, I don't need to get off. Well, I do have to get off at some point, but I mean, it's all getting, the nights are drawing out, aren't they, which is fantastic. So it means we can walk the dog a little bit later than normally. 230 at 7. Good veers, overcast at 600 feet. Well, it's not, it's, you know, it's getting close to Cat 1, is it? QNH 1038. Shy, that's quite high. Interestingly enough, you've got to be approved as an airline if you've got to operate above 1050, and I've only seen that really once, or get very, very close. It was 1049. I did actually ask somebody, I said, what happens then if we get to 1050? You know, do we need do you need approval? I think I asked somebody in ops, they didn't have a clue, so yeah, I think it's so rare, it never really happens. Right, 1038.
Morning.
Good morning.
3, 4, 6, 8. Done. Boom. You're done. You're done. Let's get you on, because people are probably very cold, aren't they? Right, done. Not quite done with the fueling yet. I've got no idea if you can refuel with passengers on board actually here. I don't think I've actually been. Have I been here before? I don't think I've been here before. I'm trying to rattle my brains. Right, that's done. Import you. Right, the important thing is the departure stands. That one. Actual, where's the runway? Where's the main? Oh, is it that one? Maybe it's that one. Yeah, there it is. That one. I could probably do minimums. Probably do that just in case. Let's check it. Nope. Departure. We said something. None so, didn't we? That one, 3 November. That looks correct. We've got an ILS as well. 1215 if we need to use you. Perfect. Good, so yeah, interestingly, so we're trying to do this remote de-icing stuff today. There is a page there for details 10.9 alpha. Let's get that up as well. Ground charts 10.9 alpha. Which I've already got that bit there. Perfect. Yeah, so we're going to see if we can do this remote de-icing, which is up here. So you've got 2-2 right here, and then you've got de-icing bays here. So instead of taxiing or being de-iced on stand, can you imagine if it's really, really heavy snow? You know, sometimes depends on what fluid you've got. We're down here, so you've got really, really heavy snow. You know, so it's sort of quite high intensity for the sort of icing, which means you've got to taxi all the way up there and there. To, you know, it's not too long, but you know, some places it can be a really long taxi. But your holdover time might only be like sort of 15, 20 minutes. Well, by the time they've de-iced, because the holdover time starts the de-icing procedure. By the time you've finished, you know, you might only have a couple of minutes left by the time you get to the runway, and of course if you're behind somebody or somebody has a problem, the holdover time can elapse, so you'd have to start again. So the whole point of doing this, the remote de-icing, is that you're de-icing right next to the runway. So if you've got like 20 minutes or something, you know, by the time you've done, you know, you've still got like 10 or 15 minutes left to only, you know, get from there to there. So, you know, this is going to be quite interesting to see if it works, which will be quite nice to see. Right, what else do I need to do? That's the performance I need to have a look at in a second. It's been too right. Right, I'm going to put wet. 'Cause I don't know if it's contaminated or not. Really, I need to have a. Oh, we got these snow towns. That's what we need to have a look. There's one thing which I miss from the sim is snow towns. We need to see snow towns. See any? No, to be fair, it's kind of irrelevant anyway, because if you get a snow town, you need to see what the runway conditions are like, the depths, the contamination stuff, and then you have another drop-down list or further, which has got, you know, dry snow, wet snow, slippery and wet, and blah, blah. So you've got loads of other sort of contamination figures to pick. We don't even have that, so it's kind of irrelevant. It's just going to go wet anyway. So let's assume the snow's been cleared. Toga, no. Again, without snow time, I don't really know. Anti-ice will most definitely be on. Packs, we can keep on. I'll come back to that in a second. I'll sync this weather. And look at the stuff in a minute. Good. Right, how are we doing? Still loading. Fuel is on board. Good. Right, you can go on. That's done, that's done. You can come off. Right, have I done everything in here? I haven't done the performance yet for the secondary. H1038 minus fucking cold. 230 at 7. Minimums, what's the minimums? Here's my ILS chart. Morning, Bruno. Hey, Andy. How you doing? I'm flying at the moment from Nadi to... Oh, lovely. Which plane are you flying? I'm on the Fenix, if that's the sort of specific question you're asked after. Did do the fly-by-wire the other day, which I have to admit, I was actually very impressed with it. You know, a couple of things which need tweaking, in my opinion. It's not criticism. It's not criticism so much. 363. More just constructive feedback, I suppose. But you know, I know the fly-by-wire team guys. You know, they're really, really good. And they're obviously working on a lot of stuff, so yeah, in that respect, you know, I think they are doing a great job. Right, let's have a quick look at this. Constraints. Good. Come on, you. Alright, where's my chart? So departure. So what do we got? Transat's 5,000 feet, RNAV DME, need that, that's fine. Maintain tower frequency passing 1500, I think ACC is online anyway. After takeoff, climb rapidly as possible to 2180, yeah, we're on ADP1, that's fine. Climb gradients, we should be fine with that. 4,000 is the initial stop. It's pretty low stop altitude then, so with no ATC we'll be climbing obviously a little bit quicker. We'll be climbing pretty soon after departure. No speeds to worry about. So first is 3 miles from the Helsinki Veerwaan. There's a quick right-hand turn to HK 45-1. HK 926. Yeah. Then Nunto. Fantastic. Then this was the flight plan. Good. That's nice and straightforward. That's done. That's done. That's done. I knew Stockholm, I think, was on. Oh, we got Tower. Oh yeah, we got ATC. Oh, that was a little schoolgirl giddy sort of, you know, excitement then, wasn't it? Fantastic. Got a bit of ATC. Well, that would be something. Good. How are we doing for the boarding? 119 of 154. So yeah, a bit of a discrepancy between the EFB and GSX, but that's fine. With, you know, more or less aligned to each other, aren't they? Oh, that means we can get the ATIS. I'm on the fly-by-wire at the moment, be working a lot. Cool, yeah. Yeah, no, I do like the, you know, the fly-by-wire. I'm going to start flying it a lot more often, because the reason why I like the fly-by-wire is it's 174 passengers, which for me, that's more in line with kind of what I do. I mean, we do sort of 186 passengers on the 320s. So I like the aircraft with larger payloads because it's more realistic. You know, the Fenix only has 162, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, 35075 isn't trying to do it on voice. So, yeah, 162 is a little bit too low for my liking. I want the sort of higher loadouts because, you know, when you're doing sort of Greek flights and Canary flights during the summer, you know, you're taking 186 odd people down. How long to push, Josh? 17 minutes, buddy. 16 minutes. So yeah, about 15 minutes before we can go. 35. Let's just see if I can get... I probably could get AC thingy, can I? Digital clearance, but that would just mean me faffing around even more.
Runway 22 right clear and dry. Transition level 55. Wind 230 degrees 8 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers. Overcast 600 feet. Temperature -4. Dew point -5 QNH 1037. Nozick. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Victor. This is Helsinki Vantaa arrival and departure information, Victor. At time 1050 Zulu, expect ILS approach arrival runway 15 clear and dry, departure runway 22 right clear and dry. Transition level 55, wind 230 degrees 8 knots.
Perfect, got him. 18.6 is the tower. So we'll gather clearance and we'll have a quick brief.
Band 600. Report friend when ready to continue.
1037.
Well, Zulu Delta crossing 22 left and taxi to deicing stand 600 and will call in there 7 Romeo.
That one. So, perfect. Do this in the performance again in a second. Right, where are we? Stand 21. Helsinki Tower, very good morning or afternoon to you. It's, Fenix 78 Delta, stand 21, 320, and requesting clearance to Rome, please.
78 Delta, Helsinki Tower, good afternoon. I don't have your flight plan, can you valid?
Nope, that's because I'm an idiot. Stand by. I always forget to do that. Again, like, how many times do I say this? You know, I got people to do this for me. I don't have to file flight plans. And so, what was it? What do we want? And so 3 Charlie, something like that. At least it gives me a chance to 3 November. Let's get that one right. 1, 2. Done. File. Right, that's in. Might join a catch-up start from Coco. Yeah, no worries, Josh. Just, you know, make sure you give me enough separation.
78 Delta, are you ready to copy your clearance?
Thank you. Yeah, ready to copy clearance for an SMA Delta.
78 Delta, you're clear to your destination runway 22 right, Mundo 3 November departure. Initial climb 4,000 feet and squawk 3471. Information Victor is current and QNH 1037.
Thank you. Yeah, we got Victor cleared Rome 22 right, Linso 3 November departure initially 4,000 feet for squawk 377. Sorry, correction. Squawk 3471 Fenix 78 Delta.
78 Delta, clear as correct.
Good. So that's done. 3471. That's in. Right, let's have a quick look at this performance. Let's have a look at the load sheet as well. I need to do that. Accu. Done. Received. Load sheet. Good, good. Right, the initial zero fuel weight is about 60.1. That's fine. It's going to be a little bit different to this. 31. So zero fuel weight. It's going to be about 30. It's probably going to be about 30.5-ish, roughly, for the max zero fuel weight. Accept that. Done. Wait for you. Right, boarding's complete there. That's fine. Just waiting for GSX to sort himself out. Not far behind. Right, let's just get these performance figures correct. So 71.5. So it's going to be about 30.5-ish. Might not be quite as low as that. 1037. Yeah, that's what I've got. And right, where are we going from? So Whiskey Hotel. Whiskey Hotel might be an intersection, 2945. Let's have a look at this. Hey Mill, how you doing? So 2945, 22 right, Whiskey Hotel, 2945, good, spot on, that's exactly what we need. You heard about the EasyJet Aurora flight, takeoff Gatwick 18 Feb, head 61 degrees north. Fine, that's about to go. I haven't, Josh, no, I haven't heard of that one. It's obviously some sort of chart they're doing, isn't it? Alright, there's the speeds then, so 22 right, good, 3649. 36. 149. 152. Point is complete, fantastic, that's done. So he seemed to imply the runway was dry, which was good, so what do we need for? So thrust acceleration altitude is 1438 / 1438. No, it isn't, sorry. 1438 / 3180. So NADP 1 and 1438 is the engine acceleration. Flex, what was the flex? 47 degrees, yeah, pretty low as expected. Good, that's done. Green dot's 228, fantastic. I need to get my de-icing procedures up. How long have I got? 10 minutes, good, plenty of time. There's my QRH. QRH, supplementaries. Yeah, airframe de-icing, done. Good, right, well, I think we're ready to go. 4000's in there, 13037, that's in, the route's in, we're all ready to go. That's done, let's disconnect. You can go, you can go, you can go. So just literally need the pushback. I think we're all closed up, ready, fantastic. Good, right, a quick brief then. So in terms of the weather, weather's actually not too bad. I mean, it's dry, there's low cloud, 600 feet, but still Cat 1, we can get in without any problems, but potentially snowy sort of taxiways and runways, so 2-engine departure, which could be quite slippery. We're going to taxi over, we're going to remote hold anyway, so we're not going to do any after start bits until we've done the de-icing, so we're just going to start the engines and then just start basically pushing back, all clean and everything. The aircraft and the airframe looks good, but there's probably a bit of active frost on the wings potentially, so maybe just a quick squirt of Type 4 will probably be fine.
Fenix A320 Romeo, ready for taxi.
Precipitation, so don't have to worry about holdover times too much, but we're going to be well over there, so holdover time's not really going to affect us too much. The aircraft is fine, it's an old 320 with very steam gauges, no TAMs. Let's just have a quick look and a reminder of our no TAMs, because we skimmed through it. So a crane, don't really care about that. Whiskey Yankee and Zulu Bravo not available. Whiskey, so where is that? Whiskey Yankee. Where are you? Oh, you went down the ends, not going to worry about you, so if we need to vacate. Zulu Bravo is nowhere. Yeah, that's down, that's the start. 22 left, that's okay, don't need to worry about that. 22 right's downgraded to Cat 1. We'd come back on runway 15 as per the ATIS. 22 left is US. Yeah, it's not going to do that. Good. So, yeah, no time to affect the frets. MSA's not too bad, actually. What have we got? 25 miles, 2,200 feet, so that's pretty low. Really start to appreciate the holding feature when you launch. When your launch is ready. Yeah, just keep an eye on your fuel, Christian. So yeah, not really too many threats. It's just slightly abnormal, sort of slight. Everything's out of sequence because we're going to be doing remote de-icing over in the de-icing bay. Not too sure which one they want us to be in yet, but you know, hopefully GSX will work. It'll be one of the 600, 601, 602, and then it's a quick sort of taxi off down here to 22 right departure. Nunto 3 November's all the clearance, 4,000's the stop altitude with that. NADP 1 we've discussed. Flight plan is in. Radnavs don't really need to. Actually, I will just hard tune it just in case it was a bit wobbly. So Helsinki is there, and identified.
230 degrees, runway 2 to right, clear for takeoff.
HK15, just in case it always bang. 360 is what we want, maybe 340, that might be better start. Cruise altitude.
Over to Helsinki 121.
Performance we've got, wet figures 22 rights, intersection as well, so full length will be fine. That's done. Bit of extra fuel by the time we get going, just ignore that for the time being. Secondary Standard Company Airbus emergencies, back in on runway 15. Good. Expected flight time is about 3 hours, Josh, I think. Yes, it's not too bad. So we've got loads of oil quantity again, as usual. Fuel is in, so we got 11.6 just under, and it's balanced. Hydraulics is good. Potentially, I don't know, may need to do an engine eye shedding as well, potentially on the ground. But we'll look at that when we need to. What else was I about to look at? That's a checklist. Right, let's have a quick look at the cockpit preparations. Aircraft acceptance is completed. Fuel quantity is, I've just seen it, it's 11.6 and it's balanced. Seatbelts are on. ADRSs, we have 3 in. Nav. BARF is QNH1037 now, which is all checked. Perfect. Right, let's have a quick look at the de-icing procedures as well. Not that we're going to do it straight away, but just to talk ourselves through it. So basically, in all situations, captain responsibility if we need de-icing, because we know that, so there's not going to be any external high-pressure ground connectors. That's fine. So we established communication with the ground crew. We'll confirm the de-icing type. We won't start any engines because the engine's already started. Engine APU can be either stopped or running during NTI de-icing procedure. That's fine. Caution. So ground crew shouldn't spray anything into the APUs. Don't move the flats, the slaps, or anything else. Make sure there's warning. Do you request de-icing treatment? Right. Does anybody know how? Can I do this? I'm going to say no because I'm hoping I can do this later on. Do we know if we've got to say yes or no? Because I do want de-icing, but I don't want it on the stand. That's the thing. If anybody's tried this yet, just let me know. Is it yes or no? So we'll do the cabin pressure mode selector. Engine bleeds will be off. APU bleed will be off because the APU will be on. Oh, hang on. Yeah, maybe it's defaulted to no. Additional services is it in there? Aha, it's in additional services anyway. Fine, no worries. So that's all done. I think we're ready to go. Within the 5 minutes, we can ask for push. You gonna connect? No. Yeah, that's Leonardo. Right, I want you attached. Come on. I'm going to have to restart you. Suddenly changed, isn't it? No.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Tower Finnair 78 Delta, stand 21, ready push to start.
Finnair 78 Delta, push and start.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Push start approved, face north, Finnair 78 Delta. Good, so he's cleared us to push. He's going to be connect in a minute. Before starts, parking brake is on. Oh, one thing I don't think I've done actually, I need to double check this. Controls, I think I've got the fly-by-wire still on, which could be embarrassing. Yep. That's. There we go. That could have been interesting. Takeoff data is set. I haven't done the final load sheet either. Windows are closed. PDs
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Flight modes. Doors are closed and armed, and the beacon is on. Good. Full sat check's complete. Well, we can do the final load sheet in a second once he's connected. There's no real rush. There it is. In fact, while he's loading. Face north east, I suppose it would be. Or northwest. Yeah.
Locking gear.
When you're ready.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Fine, thank you. Right, so if your weight is still 60.1. 71.5 is takeoff weight. Yeah, we knew that. Is 30.3 for the trim. Or not the trim. So if your weights, I don't need to change this. What am I doing this for? I don't actually need to change this because it's within 2%. Just leave it as it is. 31, and there we go. So the takeoff trim is actually 27.5. Okay, that's fine. So 27.5 for this trim. Good. Right, that's done. That's done. So I'm not supposed to start to the engines until we're actually being pushed because it's slippery, which kind of makes sense. We're pushing pretty much on time, which is great. Actually really interested in this part of the setup. How would you set rudder trim? I'll go through that, Andy, in a second. It's all part of the scans. I hope you're not the tug that's just been attached to me. No, good. Just, that was quite worrying. Almost identical tug going past me. Right, so pushing far enough back to keep the intersection clear. That's quite nice. Yeah, it's a nice little. It's a GSX profile, obviously, from flightsim.to. So, yeah, a bit of thought's gone into this, which is great, not just pushing back and then just blocking the intersection. Obviously, people might be coming in here to use these stands, etc. So she stopped, so I'm assuming we're going to be stopping very shortly.
Please set parking brakes.
Thank you. Brake sets. Right, so starting engine. So engine mode selector is start. Should be looking at that. And starting. It says 2. I know it's Finnair. I don't know what their SOPs are. So 2 engine taxi makes absolutely no difference what engine you start first at all. Yeah, so Andy, when you've done the after starts, well, when you've started the engine to do the after start scans, the pilot monitoring. Basically, where there's a scan, so the pilot flying would turn the APU bleed off, turn the anti-ice on if it's needed. APU would go on or off, really depends on kind of whether you're doing single engine or not. And then once the pilot flying has turned this off or turned the yellow electric pump on, that's then the trigger for the pilot monitoring to do his scans, their scans, should I say. Spoilers go armed, you reset the rudder trim because that may not be zero. You set the flaps and then you set the trim, and then you just check the status page as well. So yeah, there's a scan for it basically. Right, it's 2 started, start 1. If you look at my last stream, if you look at the 2-sector flight we did for that was at the Munich Barcelona, you notice rudder trim was 0 on the ground in Munich, but when we pushed back in Barcelona, it was like 0.2 or 0.3 or something. It wasn't 0 because the flight controls just adjust the rudder a little bit during the flight. So you know, it wasn't actually 0. So, you know, I did actually press the reset button just to make sure it was 0. So yeah, it's all part of the scans, buddy. Right, so one started, that's looking good, that's all fine. So engine selector's going back to normal. So again, these are the scans. So APU bleed comes off, 'cause don't need the APU anymore. We are using the anti-ice, that goes on. APU can come off, because I'm not going to use that. And then we've got spoilers, rudder trim, flaps. Trim was 27.5, I think we said. So somewhere about there in the middle. And we just check the status page, just make sure there's nothing on the status. You can see that's a good start. Thank you.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Oh, that just do a little bunny hop. Got an aircraft that wants to get going. Where's my parking stand? It's going to be quite useful. Oh, no.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Is it possible to start both engines simultaneously? No, it isn't.
Left is clear. Right is
No,
clear.
there's not enough bleed pressure from the APU to start both engines. You know, you just won't get enough bleed pressure coming through to start both of them. You know, things like the 747s, etc. They had enough bleed pressure, I think, from the APU to start 2 engines simultaneously. But yeah, sadly the 320 doesn't have that. So yeah, you just got to do one at a time. Right, she's clear, waving a flag. Good, he's buggered off. Perfect. So the after start anti-ice is. Oh, reset me. Oh, a bit pissed. So after start anti-ice is on. ECAM status was checked. Yeah. Pitch trim was 27.5% set, and the rudder trim is neutral. So the after start chest complete. So let's see if we can get clearance. Tower Fenix 78 Delta is ready for taxi, and we will require the de-icing as well.
Fenix 78 Delta, taxi to holding point. Zulu Delta, hard shot 22 left.
Okay, taxi holding point Zulu Delta, 22 left, Fenix 78 Delta. Perfect, so that's just straight ahead effectively, so that's not too much of an issue. So where are we? So there we go, Zulu Delta, so just straight ahead on this taxiway, which is fine. Right, so we're not doing... Oh, we shouldn't have done that, should we? Set the flaps, shouldn't have done that. Donut, should have been 0. Oh, naughty, naughty. There's an SOP fail. Right, taxi's on. Shouldn't be doing that. See, so in the routine of doing things, you just do things like you normally do when you're not supposed to do them. Right, anyway, the left and right was clear. Brakes are checked. Why not set the flaps? Well, I mean, this is a thing, Josh. I mean, you got to be a bit creative, I suppose, a bit of artistic license. If this was full of snow, you wouldn't set the flaps because you would need all the snow taken off the surfaces before you set them. But you know, this is, you can see there's no snow on the wings at all, so there may have been a little bit of frost or something. But yeah, part of the sort of de-icing procedures, you won't actually move the flight control surfaces until you've de-iced, which is exactly what I did. So yeah, that's probably a naughty bit. This is why we have 2 people to remind us not to do things when we sort of do it. Actually, looked on flyby check. The flap setting is during taxi. Yeah, that's normal procedures, Andy. Though that's the thing. Don't forget, checklists are, you know, assuming normal procedures. But when you've got slightly abnormal procedures, or you know, supplementary procedures like this, which is de-icing, you know, you deviate a little bit from what that says, because you're adapting what you need need to do for the conditions. So this is the thing, we're not, you know, we're not supposed to. I mean, doing the after starts for the API. That's because, yeah, I'm blaming Andy. Andy distracted me about the rudder. So we can sort of arm the spoilers and do things like that, but just you know, generally don't set the flaps. And then we do all that once we've de-iced. Right, so we clear both sides.
78 Delta via Zulu Delta cross runway 22 left and taxi 8.6 for de-icing. Stand 600.
Thanks very much, cross 22 left, then Delta and de-icing Bay 600, Fenix 78 Delta. Alright, let's get the strobes on. I don't think they're using the runway, but they're on anyway. So there's 22 left, we've been cleared across, clear on the left, clear on the right. And then 600 is the first one, I think. Yeah, it's in there. Come on, it's a bit uphill. I blame the coffee. Blame the coffee for rushing around. Is anti-ice rule still the same when there is snow on the grounds? Ice temper. Well, what's snow, Josh? You know, I'm going to throw that back to you. What is snow? You know, is snow frozen water?
Delta report when ready to continue taxi.
We'll go probably 5 minutes or so. Fenix 78 Delta. Probably more than that. Probably more like 10 minutes. But right, so he said 600. So I wonder if I can get this preloaded on GSX. Request. No, I don't want that. Yeah, bugger. I've done the wrong thing. Restart you again. Constantly restarting GSX. Yeah, snow is visible moisture. Yeah, Josh, snow is frozen water. You know, you need fucking anti-ice on, mate. It's frozen stuff which can, you know, really fuck up your engines. Right, so it should be the next left. Again, Josh, what do you think? You know, like, you're not in. Yeah. Sorry, mate, but that's, you know, that's a rhetorical question. You know, you should be able to know the answer to that. Right, there's big ass bloody things in the way, so I'm hoping they're going to be wide enough. Right, let's not blind any poor de-icing crew. Right, there should be, apparently, where I saw the video, there should be something like a panel or something here, but 600. Oh, there we go. This would not be covered in snow either, because de-icing services. So can I just do?
The icing vehicles are coming now.
Why do I get a feeling that it's going to not spray me in the right place? Yeah, I'm not too sure why I can't quite get this sorted, not sure. That will do. Right, parking brake is on.
Confirm aircraft is ready for treatment.
Not yet. Right, I'm just gonna restart that because I don't actually want it to start doing things. It seems to do things automatically. You don't respond, so I'm just going to disregard him for a minute and just ask for it in a second. Right, let's look at the procedures then. Right, so cabin pressure mode selector, check auto. This cabin pressure mode selector it's not on manual, so that's fine. And you know, don't look at auto. This is the landing elevation, but yeah, that looks like it's good. Engine 1 bleed off. Engine 2 bleed off. Both engines are running. The air engine 1 and 2 bleed fault may trigger, which is that there. If this occurs, disregard this alert. So we can disregard this. APU bleed off. APU's not running, so we're going to leave that off. That's fine. Dish and push button on. That's dish and push button confirm. Yeah, you're on. And then just monitor the outflow valve. That's closing. Inlet and outlet valves are closed. Right, they're all good. So it just prevents any icing fluid, anti-icing fluid entering the aircraft. Does say if the vent avionics system fault appears, reset the avionics circuit breaker at the end of the aircraft de-icing, anti-icing procedure. For passenger comfort, not recommended to operate the grounds with both packs set off more than 20 minutes. Thrust levers check idle. They are idle. And we are prepared for spraying. Cool. Yeah, so I'm not too sure. You know, I was hoping there would be like a
the icing vehicles are coming
an option
now.
to pick this bay, because I think I did read the GSX video, and it said, you know, this comes up with all sort of different information and stuff and tells you when to stop. Did that a couple of days ago, and Emirates 380 in Frankfurt took longer than expected on de-icing and had to go back because the airport closed. Oh yeah, I mean, you know, big ass wings. So I thought it was only. Have we started?
Confirm aircraft is ready for treatment.
Yes, I want some type 4, please. 100%. 75% would be good. There's no visible.
We begin treatment now and observe. Fluid type 4. Concentration at 75%. I will call you back when ready.
Good. So type 4 holdover time is started, and yeah, there's no precipitation. So I mean, there's not going to be really any need to, you know, it's not sort of going to start refreezing all the wings at all. So there should be green fluid being type 4. Which it is. Fantastic. Good. Sorry, Josh. There's moisture in the air. So like snow on the ground doesn't count because it's not active. Yeah, I get what you mean, Josh. You're overthinking things. Like, you got to stop overthinking things, buddy. You know, you're being far. You know, you've got your engineering brain on. Take it off. You know, put your fucking common sense brain on. You know. Is there stuff outside that's going to freeze and stick to you? Yes, there is. There's snow. Let's turn the fucking anti-ice on. You know, it's stop interrogating. You know, the wording verbatim. You know, and you know, it's yeah. That's the only thing I can say. You know, you're being too precise with the vernacular. How do you know what type to select, Tony? If you ask me in cruise, mate, I can probably tell you that a bit more in depth. It's God, he was quick when he Jesus. The other thing they need to do in GSX as well, which I don't know if they will do, but they need to do the rear stab. I need you to do the horizontal and vertical stab as well, please.
The icing and anti-icing completed. And the icing code is fluid type 4. Concentration at 75%. I am disconnecting. Good day.
Yeah. So yeah, they GSX need to update this as well, and they need to do it so there's a profile, isn't there, where you can select the length of the wings that they're going to do. It needs to take a bit longer as well. I mean, that was done in, how long was that done? In about a minute? De-icing does not take that, it's not that quick. Yeah, 2 minutes. It takes about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes sometimes down the rear of the aircraft. So yes, yeah. Anyway, I digress. So they're done. Good. So yeah, holdover time's not really going to affect us because of precipitation. Upon completion of the spraying, petals and statics will be checked. When the outside air temperature is below -5, So we're not quite there yet, but snow, freezing, rain, precipitation, melted snow, raindrops may drip from the cockpit, so that's not really going to affect us. It's not cold enough and there's no rain. Ground equipment's been removed, de-icing reports has been received. Ditching push button can go back off. If I can press it. Off, thank you. That's off. Outflow valve is opening, good, that's not frozen. Perfect. At least 1 minute after completion of spraying. Engine bleed 1 and 2 back on, so we give that 30 seconds. It's been 30 seconds since we've done that. What was it again for type 4? 5 minutes? Yes, I'll get to that. So yeah, it says at least 5 minutes after completion of spraying, APU bleed as required, but I mean we're not the APU's off. Christians don't have to worry about that. So there we go, that's probably been about a minute since the spraying is done. So engine 1 bleeds back on, engine 2, engine 2 bleeds back on. So at least 5 minutes after completion of spraying, APU bleed as required. We're not having the APU on, so that is fine. Consider APU bleed off for takeoff, which we will be doing. Normal procedures apply, fantastic, so that's done. So that's the de-icing. Again, hold over time is not really going to affect us too much. Now we can sort of really do the after starts bits again, just to make sure. So spoilers are armed, rudder trims are. Now we can set the flaps because we've done the spraying. Trim's already set. Status is checked. So that's good. Now we can do the after start checks. So anti-ice is on. ECAM status is checked. Pitch trim is 27.5%. Of rudder trim is 0. So now we can do the flight controls. So full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, full left rudder, full right rudder. That was kicked a bit hard. Is that working yet? No, it's not. Yeah, I wish Phoenix would please sort this out. That's done. So they're done. That's done. That's done. That's all on me. Good. That's done. Don't really need that ignition start. Anti's there. Do it. That's on. That's on. That's done. Good. Right. Quick pairs performance. We have the Whiskey Hotel figures, but I think we're going to go Whiskey Delta, which is just over here. No LMCs. The figures are all valid. Oh, my dog's got his bloody horn upstairs, and it fucking stinks. Engine out departure is non-standard. 8 miles from the Helsinki VOR. We make a right-hand turn up to this waypoint up here to the northwest somewhere. Departure is also the Nunto 3 November departure, and we're stopping at 4,000 feet. So that's done. So taxi checks, flight controls are checked. Flap setting is config 1. FMA is climb now blue. 1FD2. Red update wind sheet is on. ECAM memo is take off no blues, and the EFBs are stowed and disconnected. And I don't even really need you at all, so you're gone. Good. Departure. Let's just have a quick look. So yeah, we got Whiskey Hotel, but we're just going to go straight out here. Bravo Delta, Whiskey Delta, and then department 22. 22 right. So that's all done, so we can say we can taxi again. Hey H, hey Peter. Do we have ATC? Well, we do. We got the tower, yeah. Do I get to judge people? So, yeah, you do. Was it the only APU bleed? No, it's just the APU. Well, that's what it seems to suggest anyway. Let's have a look. So I can tell you exactly. At least 5 minutes after completion of spraying, APU bleed as required. Note there is a risk of de-icing fluid ingestion by the APU in air intake, resulting in specific odours or smoke warnings. Therefore, keep the APU running with the APU bleed off for 5 minutes after spraying completion before setting the APU on, or consider the APU bleed off. So I think that's that 5 minute warning, Christian, is if you're de-icing on the stand, because you're still going to need the APU on to start the engines. Anyway, we're ready.
6 Romeo Delta, Helsinki Tower. Oikein mukavat päivät. Jos liittyy London Heathrow runway to the right, QVM 3 November departure. Initial climb 4,000 feet and squawk 0354.
Lead to destination 22 right, QVM 3 November, initially 4,000 feet and squawking 0354, Fenix 6 Romeo Delta.
Fenix 6 Romeo Delta, confirm squawking 0354.
Squawking 0354, Fenix 6 Romeo Delta.
Fenix 6 Roma Delta, clear as correct.
Tower, Finnair 78 Delta is ready for taxi.
Fenix 78 Delta, taxi to 1 Point Whiskey Delta.
1 Point Whiskey Delta, Finnair 78 Delta. Good, so yeah, as expected, a little bit of a left, a little bit of a right. Taxi lights back on, we're still clear on the right and the left. Yeah, I'm wondering if the GSX profile somehow needs maybe updating. Maybe that's what needs to update for this, potentially. Because obviously it's a brand new thing, isn't it, remote de-icing, so you know people have got GSX profiles out on flightsim.to, which is fantastic, but maybe it just needs updating a little bit. And I could probably do it myself, to be honest. It's only take 2 minutes to do things like that. Right, so left here. Obviously, you know, one of the threats is quite difficult to see taxi line markings. You don't want to take it very slow as well, and it's like this, sort of keep the sort of speed below sort of 10 knots if you can. I waited 5 minutes for nothing then, yes, sounds like it, Chris. You did a remote de-icing, yeah. Have you got the QRH procedure? If you got the, yeah, you just need to read it. Next life, want to be a pilot. It is good, Martin. Yeah, there is. I mean, you know, as with any job, there are times when it's very, very tough and hard work, and there are times when it is very rewarding. And Tower, Finnair 78 Delta is ready for departure.
Fenix 78 Delta, 5 Whiskey Delta, line up runway 22 right.
5 Whiskey Delta, line up 22 right, Finnair 78 Delta. Perfect. Let's get that. Turn those strobes off. I forgot to turn the strobes off. Oh well. Whatever. That's done. Leaving the packs on. So the approach is clear as I can see it.
Fenix 78 Delta, wind 240 degrees. Wind 240 degrees, 6 knots runway 22 right, clear for takeoff. When airborne, contact Helsinki Control 121.3. Have a nice flight. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, 22 right, cliff takeoff when airborne, Helsinki departure 121.3, Finnair 78 Delta. Right, I would just set that in a second.
Helsinki Finnair 6 Roma Delta, Whiskey 44 ready for push and start.
Fenix 6 Roma Delta, push and start, approved facing northeast.
Push back and start approved facing northeast, Finnair 6 Roma Delta.
Right, that's done, that's done, that's done. That's done, 1213. So that is maintained with tower frequency until passing 1500. So the lineup checklist says cabin is secure for takeoff. Takeoff runway 22 right. Takeoff clearance is confirmed. TCAS is TARA, packs 1 and 2. They are both on. So we can go. So Manflex 47 SRS runway. Thrust is set. knots. V1 rotates. Power supply, you're up. Nav, AP1. Let's climb. Helsinki departure. Hello, Fenix 78 Delta. We are on the Nunto 3 November departure, passing 2,200, climbing 4,000.
Fenix 78 Delta, Helsinki control, radar contact, climb flight level 360, when passing 5,000, proceed direct to Recto.
Thanks so much. Climb flight level 360 when passing, was at 5,000, direct to Recto, Fenix 78 Delta.
Fenix 78 Delta, Ava.
Cool, so Recto after 5,000. So I've not pulled 360 because obviously that takes out a climb. It's an ATP1, so we don't want to do that. It's got 3-4, there you go, thrust climb, climb. Can we go 3-6 actually? Yeah, may want a 3-4 actually. And departure, Fenix 78 Delta. Can we just request a 340 initially for the climb, please?
Fenix 78 Delta, climb flight level 340.
Thank you, climb flight level 340 sees Fenix 78 Delta. There we go, just to make sure we're not too high, it's a little bit tight on the recommended max there. I'm just going to pull speed, S speed, just so we can get to 5,000. A little bit faster. Is your routing over Poland? I think so, Christian. Yeah, I think that's it. It's like the real world flight, so I did amend the routing because the ones in Simbrief were just gash. So I was just like, I'm not doing any of those. You know, some were taking us near Kaliningrad, some were just sort of going, you know, halfway to bloody, you know, Paris and back. Right, there we go, it's 5,000 direct to Recto. Yeah, set standard. Standard is setting cross chats, 340 blue through S speed, flap 0, speed 0, flap 0. Don't need the anti-ice anymore. Nope. Anti-ice can come off, lights can go. Use the crew. And we're above the MSA. Nope. Ah, come on. Stupid bloody aircraft. 1013. Perfect. Lovely Finnish countryside. Listening to a motivational speaker at work at the moment to sum it up. Is he not being very motivational? Oh, I got a really bad itch. Oh, I'm not sure where my dog's gone. I think he's falling asleep. So, what have I missed? So during de-icing, you only need to shut down the bleeds. And with no bleeds, there's no flow into packs. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. No, you don't need to turn the packs off. No, you just turn the bleed off, and then that's it. The packs automatically shut down. What does the beam points do? Again, I'll talk to that in a second. Yeah. Good for fuel checks. Yeah. Hey, Peter. Very nice scenery. Obviously very, very cold, very snowy up here. Should be a lot nicer back down in Rome. Right, through the 10, so you can go back on. Speed's increasing, that's fine. That's done. You can go auto tuning. Done. performance is good. Leave the cost index at 15. Got no idea what the cost index would be for Finnair, but that's okay. Fuel, so there we go. Fuel's increased a little bit of extra now. That hopefully increased by the time we get going, because I'm sure we burn a little bit less than the flight plan suggests. Secondary, I'll leave it. So there we go. There's the holding point. Actually, funny enough, it seems to be outside 25 miles, doesn't it? So well, the MSA is outside of 25 miles, I'm sure. It seems smooth enough. Let the passengers go. Good. Yeah. So who was it? Leonardo, the beam points. So you can see on the flight plan. Zoom out a bit more. Oh, there you go. It's not too much of a problem because the top of climb is after recto anyway. But you know, let's say for example, you know, top of climb was like here. You know, before maybe this waypoint. You know, and when you get to top of climb, you want to do a fuel check. So if you put the beam points in, it enables you to sort of do the first fuel check because you'll beam this waypoint effectively. So PISOX, you know, will be somewhere just over here, but it just enables you to do a fuel check a bit more easily because it puts all the waypoints in between where you're going direct to, because we're direct to recto, so it puts all these waypoints in between that waypoint and where we are. As a beam points, so they're a beam on the flight plan, so that just allows you to go, right, you know, when we're a beam, you know, when we're overhead this waypoint, we should have this fuel, but now we're going direct somewhere, so we now beam it, so, you know, it just makes the fuel planning a little bit easier, or fuel monitoring, I should say. Fun morning today, 3 what? 3 tail strikes in many hours, you're shitting me. Seriously? I mean, don't say the airlines, obviously, don't drop them in it, but we'll all sit on Av Herald in the next couple of days anyway, but how have they managed? I mean, what's the weather? It's not windy, is it? It's not windy and gusty. Wow. Tail strikes, yeah, it's bad juju. It's not good. Was that, okay, you don't have to say airlines, but was that departure or landing, Peter? Were they all departures, or were some of them landing as well? Yeah, not good. Not good. That's going to be expensive. Temperature's not too bad. And so there we go, we've got the aft cargo, still 19 degrees, which don't really want it 19 degrees, want a bit colder. We've got frozen fish in there. It's definitely going to defrost them if it carries on like that. Hot air, I wonder if we can turn the hot air off actually. That may help. That may help cool it down. Hello mate. Oh, you see my doggy, my little, you alright? Yeah buddy. Yeah, we'll do something once we get to top of climb. So there's the normal hot air valve. Oh, there it is, yeah. So we're not switching the main one off because that would then, you know, stop all the hot air going into the cabin, which you don't want to do. We just want to stop the hot air going into the cargo. To be fair, I probably should have done that on the ground. So hopefully that will just get colder and colder. 2 departures and 1 landing. Oops. Oh dear. Yes. Never mind. Right, I think we're far enough away. Secondary's copied. So 3-4, 3-3-3 is the optimum. So yeah, we're just 1,000 feet above that, which is fine. 360 is the recommended max. Good. So yeah, what is the routing? What are we doing? Yes, Christian, this is similar to the real world ones. We're going down the sort of north of Estonia, and then going down from Estonia into sort of Swedish airspace, going down to Penor. So we're not far away from Kaliningrad airspace, funnily enough. We're only a few miles away from Kaliningrad. So we don't want to do any shortcuts in between Numpto, I think it is, or no, between Recto and the next waypoint, Penor. You know, there's no directs anyway, but well, I suppose we could do a direct. But we don't really want to do that. We want to sort of go direct to Penor because that's going to keep us clear of Kaliningrad airspace. God forbid us if we went into there, be shot down. And then it's going down in towards, yeah, Polish airspace, a little bit in towards just into the eastern side of Germany airspace. Hey Mantoga, Daz, how you doing? And then in towards, who is that? Is that Czech? Yeah, a little bit into the Czech airspace, a little bit into Austrian airspace, just a little bit into Ljubljana, is that Slovenia even? Slovenia, and then down towards just a little bit into Croatia, and then finally towards Italian airspace. So yeah, there's a big sort of direct line between Germany airspace that sort of intersects a couple of the airspaces. down towards Italian airspace. But there's no airways between them, so it's just sort of free route airspace, I suppose. So just kind of do what we want, which is fine. So are you going to cool down? I don't know. We'll keep an eye on that. Otherwise, we're just going to get warm, soggy fish by the time we get to the other end. So yeah, the Helsinki control will finish at Recto, so then we can start getting towards Swedish airspace. So, oh no, actually no, I tell a lie. No, it will carry on for a little bit. Probably should have carried on actually for another. There's another waypoint a bit further up here, which I probably should have filed. There's my waypoint button. There it is. Oh, you can't quite see it, but yeah, what's it called? Koska. Actually, it's just, I don't think there's an airway. No, the airway does, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the airway does finish at Recto, so yeah, we don't really need to carry on to these ones. You right, buddy? Oh, my dog, bless me, so good. My airports can go on. Hey Mike, on this sort of route to avoid Kaliningrad, would you always head to the west over the Baltic, or would you thread the needle on that a little bit? Well, looking at Flight Radar 24, a few of the aircraft did thread the needle, I think. So yeah, I think it depends on where you're going specifically. Let's have a quick look on here now. Yeah, so there are aircraft that are threading the needle. So, the return, actually, funny enough, so the return aircraft that's gone down to Rome this morning, that's threaded the needle, so that's coming back sort of in between Kaliningrad and the rest of it. So yeah, it's all, I think it just depends on the routes, how they want to do it, how they're going to fly it, you know, how ops have planned it, etc., how flight planners, how they sort of planned it. But this is the route that is very similar to what the real aircraft flew this morning. So I think, there we go. It's probably be a bit easier if I showed you on this. So yeah, there we go, there's Kaliningrad's high airways. So there we go, we can see this is the airspace, or Kaliningrad airspace here. So what we don't want to do is do a direct between where we are now and, you know, potentially this waypoint down here, because it could, you know, interfere with this airspace. But, you know, some aircraft will go Helsinki down here through... yeah, through, what's that? Is that Lithuania, I think? I can't remember the name of it. So I think they're going to avoid Belarus. Yeah, I don't think they're flying in Belarus at all at the minute. So yeah, probably Lithuania and then Poland there. So yeah, there is a bit of a gap that the aircraft are flying through, which must admit is quite...
Heavy control Terminal 6 Roma Delta, airborne due to right passing 1800 and climbing 4000, Kuvan 3 November departure.
Right, it's his departure. So yeah, some people are going that way, but...
Control radar contact, climb flight level 380.
Climbing flight level 380, Fenix 6 Roma Delta.
Yeah, but this flight has done this sort of route, so it's gone down here and then sort of pretty much a straight line, and then it's done this arrival into, it's actually gone into 3-4 rights this morning. So I suppose it is, yeah, it's a bit unusual, but I mean, you can't, you know, there's no other way around it. I mean, you can go down here and go this way, which, you know, arguably is probably maybe a little bit quicker, you know, it might be a bit more efficient. Why are you so bumpy? Right. 7-6 selected. But, you know, I've just tried to emulate the real flight, which has gone this way this morning. I don't think there's going to be a lot in it, to be fair, in terms of flight time. What have we got? So, yeah, 3 hours and 10 minutes flight time. Hopefully we can improve on that. If we get a 1-6 left to arrival as well, that'll help. Don't like this bump. What's on the status? Have you suddenly appeared? Aft cargo, oh, I've done that. Yeah, that's fine. It's dropped 1 degree. Yeah, not sure why it's so bumpy. It wasn't really forecast. Right.
Helsinki Fenix 6 Roma Delta. 6 Roma Delta, go ahead. Fenix 6 Roma Delta, request stop climb to flight level 360.
Fenix 6 Roma Delta, stop climb 360.
Stop climb to flight level 360, Fenix 6 Roma Delta.
Right, not going to quite get to 340, I don't think, before recto, so just take a quick fuel check, just have a look. Make sure it looks okay. What's that, 6.6 at Cobus, if that's quite near, it's quite far down actually. Cobus, although about an hour and a half into the flight, it's probably the worst turbulence, and to be fair actually that was similar to the Sigmet, wasn't it? Yeah. So yeah, that's around here, so that makes sense. Recto should be about 18-19 minutes in, and we've taken about 400 extra, so it should be about 9.6 fuel at Recto, which isn't looking too far off. And yeah, about 19 minutes in, so that looks pretty good. Come on, girl, get up there. I see a ship. Is that a ship or is that an island? I'm not too sure. It looks like there might be some boats down there. Can't see much this side, it's a load of cloud. Yeah, definitely some boats down here. No, that might be an island actually. This could be it's a sort of archipelago. Finland, some random islands. Yeah, probably a bit too big for the boats. Good, so we go, it's about 90 minutes at Recto, and yeah, about 9.6, which is exactly what we're predicting. It's fine. So yeah, there was Stockholm control on earlier, but they seem to have disappeared, sadly. Yeah, there's no more control on, unless we get anything down the other end, but probably not this time of day. So yeah, this is the waypoint now, so we've got this Kaliningrad here, so this airspace sort of comes out here, so we're going to avoid this. Don't want any MiGs intercepting us, that would be quite embarrassing. Especially the Finnish aircraft as well, because, you know, political relationships between Finland and Russia are probably not very good at the minute, are they? I don't think. I mean, I don't think political relationships between Russia and anybody is particularly good at the minute, but yeah, certainly don't think it's very good between Finland. Right, that is 1,000 to go. Yeah, might just be able to squeeze up to 3.6, but you know, it's a little bit lumpy. Speed's blustering around a little bit. Maybe don't want to sort of push it. Don't want to get too close between VMO and VLS. So just give ourselves a nice bit of margin there. 3.6. When that goes to about 3.7. Maybe goes 3.5 as the optimum. We can probably look at climbing up to 3.6, but we are going to need to either climb or descend, I think, at some point.
Finnair 7 at Delta, you're leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved. Have a good flight.
Thanks very much. Thanks so much for your service. Thanks very much for your colleague for the service as well. And going to Unicom now. Finnair 78 Delta. Cheerio. Good. Right, he's gone. So yeah, whereabouts do we need to go into a? So is it? So yeah, odds at the minute. To be fair, yeah, as long as one of the tracks doesn't go too far to the east, we should be at an even flight level, pretty much all the way, I think. And then only into an odd flight level when we get into Milan airspace. And we probably just descend, to be fair, it'll probably be easier. There's no point climbing and then going down again. So, yeah, I think so long as the routes don't start going east, which they might do. This is just one long southerly track, so maybe this might just about be at an even flight level. Right, set managed speed. Don't really want to do that because it's bumpy, so I'm going to stay in 7.6. Too bad I got the Odessa scenery 2 years ago. I think that airport might look very different now. Yes. Sadly, Christian, it's all quite sad, isn't it? All very, very tragic. What's going on? Right, how's my fish doing? Still 18 degrees. It's going to be cooked, isn't it? It's going to be lightly warmed by the time we get down to the other end. Oh well. Right, so where are some good airports for weather-wise? Let's have a good look at the track just to make sure. So from Alibu, is that it? I didn't think that was it. Maybe it is. Maybe it is Alibu. Let's have a quick look at the track. That looks very southerly routes, in which case it would probably be. It could be an even flight level, which is fine. This route doesn't seem correct. Must be nasty smelling the cargo. Yeah. It's not looking good, is it? I don't know, I think it's Penor to govern. There's govern, yeah. Papa 3-1. I'm not entirely sure this map is up to date. It seems like it's missing waypoints. It doesn't look right. When something doesn't look right, it usually isn't right. Mara. Recluse. Govern. Yeah. Oh, there's Cobus. Got that. Garkey. Recluse. Oh no, there is Marham. No, that's fine. It's just because it was so zoomed out. That's better. Yeah, so no, that is correct. Good. Seems legit. Yeah, it's just because I was zoomed out, so you know it's hiding the waypoint names. And problem is when it's like this, it's like, well, you know which fucking waypoint's what? It's so hard to tell. But no, that is correct. That's fine. So Marham. So it should give us a track between Marham and Baxton on here. Magnetic track, Marham 203. Yeah, we keep on it. It says track of 176, which I think is the distance, the track to Baxton. I think if that's the case, it is technically then an odd flight level. Off to pretend to do something important. Why, thanks. No worries, Gav. I didn't even realise you were there. You were stalking in the background, hiding in the background. See you later, mate. Alright, so it's smooth down, does it? That's good, that's managed speed. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that from Marham. Up here, we're keeping an eye on the magnetic track, and obviously it's the track we're after, not the heading, which will be the little sort of green diamonds, because the yellow thing is the heading. So yeah, we're keeping an eye on that. If it is starts going beyond 180, then yeah, we shall descend or climb as necessary. Right, there we go. 340 is the optimum. Right, let's have a quick look at some weathers. So where's the nearest place? Everett's not too far away, actually. That's not a bad bolt hole. What's that? Stockholm is sort of behind us now. So we've got a couple of options. None are really particularly that close. Let's have a quick look at Stockholm and Riga. You see weather. You want 3. So S2508, that's fine. All the lines overcast 600 -6. So yeah, cold but workable. Cat 1. Of course, we can also land in that if we needed to as well. Evra. So Riga. 3203, that's fine, variant, but good fears, bit of broken cloud. So that's fine, so Riga's good, so if we need to go there, we can. Let's have a look at Copenhagen EKCH. Seems that's sort of, it's not far off the route actually. It's not far away. So it might be a good one. Can always go to EKRN. I don't know where's that? Is that some crap place? Is that on the island? No, that's Visby, isn't it? I never went to Visby, actually, funny enough. Right, Copenhagen. So 060 at 9 over. How the hell have they hit the tail in that? Seriously, what were they doing? I mean, that's captain's weather. That is, you know. The first officers don't fly that. You know, if you're a captain, you fly that one because you know it's a nice easy day. You know, you give the crap to the FOs. Yeah. Interesting discussion points later on. So, what was it? EKRN. I want to know where that is. EKRN. Here's your turf. EK. I can't even see EKRN on here, on my map. I mean, no, Denmark's not that big, is it? Where is it? Well, it's not too bad. Yes, weather's nice. Calm winds, yeah. Right, where else was I going to look at? So somewhere in Poland's maybe a good idea. EPGD, that's Gdansk, isn't it? I think it is. How long's the runway there? 2,800 metres, good. Yeah, we could do Gdansk as well. That's probably a good one. EPGD. So Gdansk is fine, 08 Swisterlies, that's good, yes, or even Gdansk is fine. Good, so all the weathers are fine. There's the nearest airport, data closest. ESSV, that's, yeah, Visby. Not the longest runway, but it's pretty close. That's Bornholm. Bornholm, yeah, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. Never been there, never heard of it. Right, can we have a look at this weather again? Because I think there was... Where were the CBs? Oh, they're sort of down. There's some to the west of Italy, some to the east. Winds bringing it up. I wonder what the TAF is for Rome, actually. There might be some CBs later on in the afternoon. Yeah, Rome. We got becoming showers of rain later. There's nothing on the forecast actually. We're going to be there. What time are we going to be there? About 3 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock Zulu, which is going to be good for me. And there we go. Tempo, showers of rain. So there's only rain showers. So yeah, actually, it should be a very nice day. What's temperature? 5 degrees. Bagger off. It's got to be warmer than that. So 5 past. It's 10 to 11. Got to be warmer than that by now. I'd say it's at least 10 degrees. Arrival. 6 degrees. Well, it's still cold, isn't it? 6 degrees is still bloody cold. Even Rome in January, there we go. Right, let's have a quick look at the system status pages. So engines are good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's fine. Good. What do we got? So 6, 8, 9. So 9 tons plus 2.5 is about 11.5, 11.6. That's what we left with. There's no leaks. It's balanced. APU's not working. That makes sense. 17 degrees. It's slowly dropping. That's good. That's good. Good, no abnormal indications. Perfect. Good stuff. Hey, Inda, is that an Indonesian language? Not too sure. Are you just trolling? If you type that again, you're going to be booted, buddy, I'm afraid. Yes, we've got aircrafts above us, 5,000 feet above us. So what's that? 390. There he is. Yeah, Visby will be down here somewhere. Swedish airfield. Not too sure what they do here. I don't know. Is it maybe oil? Is there something down there in Visby? Something certainly worth the Swedish people to be on there. Probably bloody cold as well. Another cold place. Hello, fellow aviator, whoever you are. You are, yeah. Yeah, he's going to Helsinki. EKRN. Oh, he's he just been from that place we were talking about? EKRN, he was, yeah. Bornholm, yeah. So somebody's literally, he has literally just come from Bornholm, and he's going back to Helsinki. Funny enough, talking about it. No, nobody online, no sensors online, never mind. No, actually, it says the track. Yeah, it does say the track. That's interesting. So yeah, the track between Marem all the way down to Italian is 176. So yeah, that is going to be then an odd flight level. So I'll tell you what, let's go Marem. Let's go. Let's put 370 in. Just as a reminder, because we'll need to go up. Can't see it, it's all the way over here somewhere. If we can get up to 37, we might not. We might have to go down to 35. We might go up to 36, and we might have to go down to 35. So it doesn't matter which one we do. I did some circuits there when the Fenix came out. Oh, nice, neat runway on the coast. Cool. This must be long enough then, I'm guessing. Long enough for do a bit of base training. I'm sure the passengers are eating some very, very nice Finnish food right now. So maybe they're eating some herring, but herring's Swedish, I think, isn't it? I think herring is a Swedish dish. Don't know what the Finnish eat. Not too sure. We have a lot of herring in northern Germany. Yeah, it's quite popular, isn't it? I think. I guess there's a lot of it in the Baltics, and there must be a lot of that fish in there. I don't think I've had herring. I must. Oh no, I've had pickled herring, because that's not reasonably popular. But yeah, we have things in the UK called ploughman's lunches, which I'm sure a lot of people have probably heard of. But ploughman's lunch is basically going back to the olden days, farmers and stuff, and there'd be cheese, pork pies, pickle. What else do we have? Cheese, pickle, pork pies, a few other bits and pieces as well. But sometimes, some pubs, put pickled herring in as well. So yeah, I have tried it. And to be fair, it's not too bad. It's just quite fishy, isn't it? It's just quite pickled and fishy flavour. But it's sort of palatable enough. I don't mind a bit of fish.
You're streaming? We have the designs to make your stream look awesome. Owned.tv is...
Hello guys, magandang araw sa inyo. Streamlabs OBS. Halimbawa ito na yung music.
Yeah, I don't generally eat ploughmans. So I usually like something else that's on the menu, but occasionally it's quite nice. Oh, sorry, did you hear that? I was just looking at another video, but yeah, it wasn't something that I wanted to watch. I was actually, do you know what, funny enough, I mean, somebody might actually know, I was actually looking to see how to add background music to the Streamlabs, because, you know, I mean, I could sit here and talk for a while, but, you know, I'm sure not everybody wants to listen to me talking, and, you know, if I need to pop to the loo or do whatever, then, you know, something a bit of background music on would be quite nice, you know, a bit like Gav does on his streams, but I don't actually know how to do it, so I'm not sure what to do for the background music. I don't know how to do it. I'm sure there's a way. I mean, maybe you have to pay for Streamlabs or something. I don't know. Adjust this window view a bit. No. Get the engine in. It's a little bit better. No, I've done that wrong. Had the right view set up and then pressed the wrong bloody buttons. Was it there? Was it that one? I don't know, it's one of these. Control arms, isn't it? That's the one. That's better, it's a bit more interesting. Bismarck herring. Nice. Stay away from the Spanish. It's alright, it was nothing suspicious. You know, it wasn't for your eyes only, you know, not safe for work stuff. It was just a video I was trying to listen to, but it's obviously translated and gone over. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to ask Gav, see what he does. I think Gav pays for Streamlabs, so he might have a few more widgets to use than what I've got. Oh. Gotta go. Yeah, no worries, Peter. Have a good day, mate. Gavin is using a paid subscription for self-made music. Ah, okay, fair enough. I mean, that's all I was after. It's just, you know, wondered where it was, but I mean, he's in the music industry, isn't he? So he knows what he's doing a bit more than what I do. I thought there might have just been a widget on Streamlabs where you can just log into a free radio station or something, but I don't know. Maybe not. That's a bit better. No, my frozen fish are still quite cold. Still quite warm. Right, I'm just going to disappear off the air for a few minutes, guys. Just going to check on the dog, make sure the kitchen's tidy, and what else do I need to do? Just need to go to the loo. Could use copyright-free music, however, it's sometimes hard to find these on YouTube, and at least on Twitch. There's some reason. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. It's work in progress. I'll sort it out. It's something I'll do in the future, probably. But anyway, I'm just going to disappear for a little bit, maybe 15-20 minutes. Nice little stretch down here. There's not much to do, and yeah, I'll be back very, very shortly. So I'll see you in a bit. hi guys, I'm back. I've just got me lunch, so we'll be just eating for a couple of minutes, but yeah, I'm off the flights. Josh, yeah, did you see that MARM is about 13:33, so I'm saying about just 12 minutes or so. So not far to go. And then once we're at MARM, that's when they'll start looking at going, probably, I think, probably up. We're just going to 3.5. That's fine. I don't think we're not going to do 3.7. So let's go put 3.5 in. And then that'll be climbing to an odd. So yeah, an odd flight level at MARM. So yeah, I'm just going to mute the microphone again just for another couple of minutes, just while I eat my lunch. But yeah, just carry on enjoying the views, and I'll be back in a second. Not that there are much views. It's very cloudy, isn't it? Yeah, not much to look at all, sadly. There we go. Just enjoy looking out the front. Maybe. Yeah, a bit different. Right, I'll be back in a sec. Oh, your sim crashed. Oh no. Sorry to do that, Josh. Never mind. Okay. Start again. Start from Venice and join me there. It's a good one. Yeah. Join in Venice and come back. Right, guys, I am back. Oh, didn't want to do that really. Good, so we're just approaching Marham now. So this is where we want to be going up to, yeah, 350, I think. 37 possibly is a bit tight to go up, and obviously no point going down, so we go 35. Past that point, I think that was, yeah, the worst bit of turbulence was just behind us. It didn't seem too bad, it seemed relatively smooth. So hopefully once we pass this, we might get, I'm surprised we've not got something down here just to say we should be starting to climb. I'm pretty sure that we usually get a message on the ND to say, you know, step climb point reached or something. Put that in. There we go, let's go 3.5. Let's, come on. No. Why are you not climbing? You should be climbing in managed climb. You're armed. Stupid thing. Right, thrust climb, open climb at 350 blue. And there. Yeah, that was a bit weird. Now it's managed climb. Seem to need to go into. Is there a turnaround checklist you use? No, you use the parking check checklist, Josh. So you use that just to make sure everything's done. You know, like what's it? Weather radar, fuel pumps, exterior lights, engines, parking brake, all those sort of things. And then you know the SOPs. There's just those starred items on the SOPs, which are kind of you know what you need to just sort of go through again. So yeah, there's a few things you look at. We did get weathers for Prague. That's sort of just below us, coming up below us now. Let's have a look at the received messages. So is that one, I think. So yeah, Prague was light winds coming from the north, 6,000 meters, few at 300, but scattered at 400, overcast at 700. So a little bit of low cloud base, which kind of makes sense. But you know, sort of Cat 1. You know, probably good enough to get back in. Obviously, we've got Cat 2, Cat 3 approach down in Prague, so you know that's not really an issue if we needed to do that. And then we got a bit for Vienna, which is a bit further off down the track, sort of over here. Vienna, where's Vienna? Somewhere around here. Where the hell's Vienna gone? Oh, there it is. There's Vienna over there. Might be worth getting Munich as well. Actually, Munich's probably a little bit closer. But yeah, Vienna's fine. That's not a problem. Out cruise. Have I put that? I haven't put it on a blow yet. There you go. Crap. Right. Out cruise. So yeah, Vienna's good. Let's have a quick look at Munich as well, just to make sure we got that one before we start going all over the hard stuff. Oh, what's that? 25th. Well, it's got a few more days left on that, haven't we? Not quite on the 25th yet. Right, E, D, M. So Munich, easterlies, it's on 08, okay, most likely anyway. Good fears, bit of broken cloud, that's fine, 1 degrees, 1028, yeah, they're all fine, that's pretty good. Let's have a quick look at Pisa, because that's the sort of direction we're going to go. Pisa and Munich would be, not Munich, Milan would be quite nice to look at. So Milan's probably the commercial alternate. Did I say Pisa or Venice? I meant Venice. 060 broken. Yes, Venice is all good as well. Let's have a quick look at Milan. It sort of gives us rough places to go to on the other side of the high stuff. Milan is not looking too bad. 2104. Bit of broken cloud, yeah. So Milan's actually looking pretty good as well. Respects to MSAs, I should have done a little fuel check, shouldn't I? Marham, what was that? About an hour and 39, 6.5. Marham, hour and 35, yeah, that's about right. And so yeah, about 400 on top of that, 6.5, and that's pretty much what we got. So good. There's no fuel leaks. all seems to be balanced. We've used 5, we've got 6.5, that's, yeah, that's 11.5, 11.6, isn't it? So that's all added up. Yeah, the MSA, when I get there, should have plugged you in. Oops. So we can see now, what's the track, interestingly enough? Yeah, you can see our track now is 176, so now we're sort of effectively going east, which is why we climbed to this odd flight level. So that's why we've done that. So it's all below 10s until we start getting down. Let's see if...
Okay, let's go on to say crossing runway 1.
There we go, 13.6, 15, so, you know, 15, let's say 15 is nice and safe. That'd be over all the high terrain around here, so 15 will be safe on this track. And then once we're past that, it all drops below 10. A little bit above 10 just to the east of sort of Rome, but not expected to do that. So they're on runway 16 now as well, so this route's going to change. So we get this in, start looking at the charts. I know what stand the aircraft parked on earlier as well, so we'll see if we can park on that one. Parking stands. Oh, that's Milan, isn't it? I don't want Milan. Come on. Looks better. So yeah, the aircraft parked on 504. So yeah, the aircraft was here. So this is the terminal we're going to go to, Terminal 1. So the route's probably expect 16 left now. Standard taxi, whatever they call it, which basically, I mean, there's no ATC, but a standard taxi is you sort of taxi, come off the runway, you taxi all the way on here onto Delta, and then you hold at Echo Golf, I think it is, it'll be in the notes, and then you basically sort of transfer to a ground frequency, and then you'll just be clear from there. So in that respect, we come off down here, Delta, maybe November Golf, and in that way, that might work. Yeah, so there's probably a couple of options, maybe in November Golf, November Whiskey, or there's Delta and Golf from that way potentially. It depends if ATC are online, but that would be the plan. The approach we expect 16 left. Is it Whiskey? I think it's Whiskey. Exeter, we come in that way. So that's probably an easier. Might be the X-ray. There's different missed approaches. There's a difference between X-ray and Whiskey. You see, there's a different missed approaches. The missed approach here just goes off straight off to the south, where the Whiskey ILS sort of goes off to the, or goes back up there. So actually, that may not be a bad idea. It goes up to back to Campino, which makes it a little bit easier just for the, you know, a second approach. So we've got two options. We'll probably stick with the X-ray. We're not expecting LVP, so not going to be using that. Always worth just having 16 right up the sleeve as well. I don't really want that, so maybe a little bit of a longer taxi, but you know, it'll be there if we need it. The arrival now, what are we doing now? So we're not doing the what is it? 16 left. Ritep 3 Bravo, I think that'll be it. Yeah. So it's probably be the Ritep 3 Bravo, which has got a long trombone sort of arrival, that one there. Yeah, there we go. So, you know, in terms of vertical planning, vertical sort of profile, we've got this Ritep, then this long transition sort of down here, down here, down here. Now, I don't anticipate doing any of this. It might be Ritep Exeter, or, you know, Ritep Suvok, and then we sort of go on to, as far as Suvok, actually, I might make it a bit easier. Start. So if we're via Suvok, we're coming this way, Suvok Maven, and then go down the ILS. So that might be a little bit easier. Exma, I don't know why there's Exma's from a different place. But right, let's see if we can put that in the box. So let's keep 134 right in the secondary, just in case ATC are online. They want us to do that. In fact, no, I might leave. I might put 16 left. I'll put 16 left in the primary, and then 16 right in the secondary. So what did we say? X-ray, I think. Yeah, X-ray. They'd probably give me the whiskey, but let's just put X-ray in anyway.
Roger, traffic switch is 906 Charlie Golf, establish ILS 06.
Okay, not quite sure what it's doing there. I think that's just a bit of a sim bug. Cabin altitude's fine. Sure, the passengers might have felt that though. Suddenly a massive increase in the vertical speed on the cabin altitude. That may have been a little bit uncomfortable. It's trying to sort itself out. Yeah, CPCs are obviously not behaving themselves like they should be. Right, Riteb 3 Bravo, did we say? That one. And Subok. So let's have a quick look at this on the navigation screen. So Etpok Riteb, and then we got this long, it's long transition, which we're not going to do. Very, very rarely do we ever do anything like this in real life. Lots of speed constraints. So yeah, I think the plan of action will be Riteb and maybe RF426, and then we just sort of basically go down here and just cut this whole bit out. So yeah, that'll be the arrival. And then in for 16 left there, so that's nice and easy. Let's close that. Let's get, let's copy this and put 16 right. And again, don't really want to do 16 right. It's a bit of a longer taxi, but you know, ATC may be online. They may give it to us. So go Zulu, 16 right Zulu, and Riteb via Subok again. So that should look almost identical. That's what we just had. Just with 16 right instead. Cool. There we go. Yeah, so very, very similar approach. Seeing those transitions that, yeah, they're very common. How do you pop out the screen? You press the right Alt button, Daz. So yeah, right Alt, and then it pops the screens out. And you know, you can do 2 as well, and it sort of puts 2 there. But yeah, right Alt and it does it. So yeah, it's quite useful. I find it quite useful for just double checking like the constraints and everything else on things like this, because you can leave it in plan and you know the right sort of distance. But you know, it's just a bit easier to see it on the screen here rather than you know you're sort of zooming in, but you don't quite have access to the up and down buttons. So yeah, it's just a bit easier to see it that way, I find. So that's all good. That's done. Let's see if we can get some weathers. Not going to worry about landing distance. Landing distance will be fine. So what do we got? 110 at 5. Cav OK, perfect. 7 degrees, captains, wherever you see this. 1014, nothing significant, so that's looking pretty good. And the TAF, I'm sure the TAF has changed from this morning. Few becoming. This is the sort of time period where we're in 130 at 16. That's going to make sense with runway 16 arrival. Tempo a bit later on. Showers of rain becoming 0607. So yeah, that's looking pretty nice. The alternate Milan is all looking good as well. So there's not much of a TAF there at all, is there? That's it. Variables. So yeah, Milan's going to be very, very nice. So you're in. That's done. I need some charts. So yeah, well we got, so what's the landing distance on that? 3,900 meters of landing distance, plenty. So with that respect, lower the brake, config 3, not that one, that one. X-ray. Minimums aren't really that relevant because it's Cav OK, so it's fine. But 214, loads of RVR, that's not an issue either. It's got a little bit bumpy, isn't it? So let's get the performance in. QNH is 1014. 7 degrees, still very cold. Well, it's very cold. It's still not particularly warm, is it? 110 at 5. Then 214, is that what I said? I think that's what I said. 214, yeah. 214, config 3, 143 on the VAP, that's looking pretty sensible. That's done, that's done. LIRF, 6 left. Performance, loss of speeds in the descent. That's pretty good. It's 0.777272. Yeah, that's fine. Pretty normal. Fuel, a little bit of extra fuel. Only about another 10 minutes. That's as expected, really. 10 minutes of contingency. You know, so not really enough to give it another go. But you know, in terms of committing to the airfield, you know, we've got 3 runways effectively to use, and it's cavalcade. You know, what are the chances we can't get into Rome? You know, even if somebody blocked run one way, there's other runways that we can use. So you know, the chances of having to go up to Milan are pretty slim, really. So you know, I'm relatively happy to commit to Milan. There's no issues there. We need 1014. Zero 14. Perfect. What else have I got to do? That's all done. How is our frozen fish? Probably very defrosted by now. Yeah, it's 15 degrees. Yeah. So I'm expecting really. I think this hot air maybe not quite simulated. Because you know, that's sort of, I don't know. It's kind of indicating some hot air is still coming through, which seems a bit odd. You know, really, if there's no hot air coming through, this should be very, very cold air coming in. But you know, this is the inlet temperature coming from the valve, so in 25 degrees. This is the actual temperature in the aft cargo part itself. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure they've just got that modelled yet, Fenix. And maybe similar to the, you know, quite possibly similar to the main cabin as well. Yeah, it's a bit of a ball ache when this hot air valve. You know, you can go with this. It's an MEL item. You can dispatch of it, but you know, the temperatures that come into the cabins are, you know, they're pretty cold. So you know, you do find it gets very, very cold. You know, in the cabin and you know, in the flight deck, and it's not particularly good. You don't really want to be doing a flight, you know, very far away with, you know, with sort of quite a cold cabin. You know, it's not really fair on anybody. But yeah, I don't think they've quite got the hot air valves modelled in terms of the temperature that's coming in. But you know, it's just again minor little things. Perfect. Oh, itchy head. Alright, what time is landing now? That should have locked about 5 minutes off the flight time as well. Or just after 3. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're not going to be doing that because we're not going to be doing that full arrival. So I think we should be on the ground by about 3 o'clock local. It's about an hour and 10 minutes time. Which is you know, going to be good. I think we're about to start going over some of the high terrain. Let's try and get my navigaph sorted out. Approach, probably that one. Why can't I delete you? Can't delete a chart on the Navigraph. Stupid thing. Stupid boy. Alright, I'll sod you then. Stay there. Alright, so yeah, the RITEP 3 Bravo. That's the ILS. That's good. Yeah, see if we can find those notes about the standard arrival 1. Probably not in here. What's the radar minimum vectors? Radar minimum charts. I used to say it's the old of Italy. So yeah, I can see lots of MSA here. 130, sort of the highest really off to the east. We shouldn't be too bad. Flight level 100 there, so it's not too bad actually when we're getting a bit more close in. So yeah, where's the... here? So vacate runway at Delta Golf. So I think this is kind of referring to, it's not quite worded the way I'd expect it to be worded. Oh, there you go. So aircraft landed on 16 left will be instructed continue standard 1. Standard 1 is to intend on taxiway Delta and hold short of Echo Golf and stand by on the ground. So there's the particular procedure that if ATC are online, that's kind of what you do. So you vacate on 16 left. You know, you're just told continue standard 1, and of course first time you're there you think, well, what the bloody hell's that? It basically means this. So continue on Delta and then hold short of Echo Golf, which is kind of what we basically briefed. So on Delta, which is this inner one here. There's Delta Golf. So yeah, be vacating potentially, probably this one, if not Delta Hotel. Doesn't really matter too much. Can't imagine that busy. Delta Echo Golf, and then you would transition to a ground frequency there, and then they would tell you the rest of the routes going. Hoping to get into Wellington. Nice. Yeah, I need to do a New Zealand flight actually. I've got the was it Queenstown scenery. I'd like to get the Auckland. I would like to get a couple of them actually. The Auckland and Wellington scenery would be nice to get them. And yeah, I do like the Auckland Queenstown flight. I did see a video on YouTube a couple of days ago. I didn't actually watch the whole thing, but it was a video explaining somebody's obviously being trained into it. So there was 2 captains on board, and they were doing a flight down to Queenstown, which looked quite interesting. I don't know how detailed it was in terms of the procedures, but you know, it looked like quite an interesting video on YouTube, which I thought I'd have a quick look at some point when I got time anyway. Have I put... I think I've put in the description this is a 2-sector between Helsinki and Rome. It will just be the one way, so I might have to amend that. So yeah, apologies if you think I'm going to go back to Helsinki. I'm afraid I won't be. Yeah, 2-sector day now. This is going to be a 1-sector day. I'm going to have to change that. Never mind. And I think on the last video as well, the Barcelona, I said the mod I was using was Fenix. Of course, it was the fly-by-wire mod. So again, it was slightly misleading. So yeah, I'll try and amend that when I can. So here's the sort of Austrian Alps now. This is where it's all starting to get a bit high. So yeah, I think 13.6 was the lowest we can go, but 15,000 feet would be nice and safe. In terms of escape routes, where would we go? That's Salzburg. I think that's Salzburg below us. Yeah, it is. Can't quite see it. Salzburg is down here somewhere. So yeah, escape routes would probably just make a right hand turn, go sort of back over the north, I think, if something went wrong. Yeah, so I think there is something on Orbex as well, isn't there, Andy? With like the mesh, New Zealand mesh, that would probably be very, very pretty. But I've tried to fly the sort of general aviation aircraft and those ones, and you know, I'd quite like to do a bit more of it on the sim. You know, when I've got time to do it. Hello, buddy. You're right. But I just need to get the controls all set up correctly. There's all, you know, I haven't got it. When I try sort of adjusting the throttle or whatever, or taking the parking brake off in a general aviation aircraft, nothing happens. So I need to set up my control profiles to try and get it to work properly. And, you know, that just sort of takes time and effort to go through. So, you know, it is something which I'll probably do at some point. And of course, there's so many general aviation aircraft, isn't there? There's so many to choose from. You know, you probably have to set up a couple of different profiles depending on whether you're flying like a Cessna Caravan or you know, what's Cessna 152. You know, all those different aircraft that's available. Top of drop hour is not far away, so it's at just over 35, 40 minutes. And in the C28 mod as well, it's pretty good. Does that mod the basic Azobo ones, does it? Because there are a few mods, aren't there? There are a few, well, there's a few Cessna Caravan aircraft, I think, to choose from. Changes the flight model. Okay. Yeah, that's the one thing with like general aviation aircraft. Is I think they're quite twitchy, aren't they? But I don't know if that's just me. You know, I don't have like a yoke. I don't have that sort of tactile feedback. So that's probably why I just find them maybe a little bit twitchy. so I just had to send an email. Clouds look spooky, yeah, they do a bit, don't they? Right in the tops as well. Yeah. What's the temperature? -59, that's okay. I don't think we can quite climb out 37. Yeah. A little bit of a push. Possibly could do. Just to get above the tops. If we really, really needed to. And I think as soon as we're back in the Italian airspace, then we have to go down back to an even flight level. Oh no, we stay at an odd. Sorry, no, we do stay at an odd. That's okay. Yeah, right in the tops of this. Still, you know, this is pretty normal. You do see this. You know, it is quite, you know, it's quite common just to sort of be flying around just in the top of the clouds. Always wondered how much, if any, prep you did at home prior to a real world flight to study. Not really piano, no. We've got, you know, we've got our own iPads. You know, we've got our own iPads that we take home, so we get our flight plans. You know, it's very similar to this. You know, very, very similar. You know, we've got specific apps. You know, a lot more apps than this. In fact, yeah. So you know, we got a load of apps for various different things, and you know, one of them is like a flight plan app, I suppose. You know. I don't know why I keep pressing these things. You know, a bit like this really, and then we get our flight plans, we download them, and there's a few extra widgets in there like fuel and various other things. And you know, you can have a look. I mean, you know, I try to have a quick look at them before I go into work. I mean, all of this stuff is usually pretty generic. You know, it doesn't change too much really. We just want to know sort of, you know, we've got a couple of pages above this as well, which is sort of the aircraft status, you know, generally where the aircraft's been before us, if it's been out before us, you know, how many passengers you might be expecting, any technical defects, or any MELs, any CDLs, anything like that we might need to be aware of. So that's usually a couple of pages before this one. This is usually like the second or third page. So just read those just to see if there's anything wrong with the aircraft. And then you just have a very quick brief through, you know, sort of, you know, if there's much of an underload, you know, sort of what fuel figures you'd be looking at, where your alternates are, that sort of stuff. You don't really look at the routes so much, you know, it's not really that important to sort of be briefing yourself. And then you just go down and you just find your alternates, so you can look at your weathers, you know, sort of how much, you know, weather you may be expecting. So, you know, this is, you know, it's cloud-based visibility, so if there's any sort of visibility issues, any sort of, you know, crosswind components. And then you've got your fuel planning as well, so usually you've got like a fuel alternate, which is your number one, so, you know, Campino probably would have been our fuel alternate, and then maybe a commercial 1, commercial 2, commercial 3 alternate as well. And then how much extra fuel you would need if you need to go to those. And then you just look at the weathers, you know, maybe the shear rates as well, have a quick look at those. And, you know, just sort of look at the weathers and just, you know, try and make sense of it and see if it's okay, you know. And straight away, there's not a lot of writing here, so we know it's not too bad. And you know, you just have a very quick look, and it's like all the nines, the visibility's good, you know, there's not really much cloud, or the cloud base isn't too low. You're just sort of looking for, you know, the sort of forecast as well, what would be applicable, what isn't, you know, and that's sort of then that's gonna steer you in down to a fuel decision. Because if it's a nice day like it is here, you know, there's not really any extra reason to take extra fuel, not for really the weather. There may be some holding delays, there may be delays with ATC, you know, if you're going somewhere, you know, Barcelona in the morning is particularly busy, you know, so you might need about an extra 15 minutes of extra holding somewhere like there. You know, and you just sort of, yeah, you just have a very quick look, you know, quick look at the NOTAMs, etc. So it only takes like 2 or 3 minutes, to be fair, you know, and you can do that at home once you get the flight plans. So then literally when you go into the airport, you know, you can go straight to the jet, and you know, then you brief the crew, and the rest of it is, I don't know, I suppose it's quite straightforward, but you know, I've been doing it for quite a long time, so I kind of know the routine. You know, I've got a routine, and I know the routine to just sort of go through what I need to do to sort of make, you know, safe, sensible decisions regarding the, you know, the aspect of the flights. You know, new guys and, you know, new cadets, you know, they're obviously looking at a lot of this, but you know, they're still trying to make sense of kind of, you know, what's applicable, what isn't. So yeah, you can do a little bit of prep from home, and obviously the worse the weather is, the more thought you need to put into it. Is it LVPs? Is it LVPs at departure? Do I need to take off alternate as well? Is it LVPs at arrival? You might need 2 destination alternates if it's below minimums. If it's LVPs, you're going to take more fuel because it's everything slows down. The alternates legal. If the alternates they have to be above a certain minimum, depending on what approach aids they have. So these are all fine, but you might have Pisa might be in fog, in which case I can't use it as an alternate because if it's in fog, because it's got an ILS. I think it's got an ILS down to Cat 2. Possibly, I need to double check. But if it's got an ILS that's down to Cat 2 or Cat 3, it needs to be at least Cat 1 minimum. So there's planning minima you have to sort of take into account as well. So yeah, the worse the weather that gets, the more time you spend on it. On the ND you see other airplanes occasionally, but what do the numbers and symbols mean? It's hard to show because there isn't one. But you'll have a. Let's just expand that. Yeah, so there'd be a diamond. Imagine this is an aircraft. So a white diamond is just sort of, it's just other traffic. It's not a threat at all. And then it'll have a plus or minus number, and it should be like plus 110. Yeah. So 10 would mean 1,000 feet. So it's sort of done in tens, hundreds of feet. So if it's plus 01, then it's only 100 feet above you. So yeah, hopefully if you get any aircraft around you, they're saying at least plus or minus 10, because that means it's at least plus or minus 1,000 feet above or below you. There might be more. You might have one that says plus 330, which is plus 3,000 feet above you or below you, for example. And then it'll have an arrow next to it going up or down, and that just basically means it descends. And then the symbol changes. It goes from a white hollow diamond. Then it goes to a white solid diamond, which is proximity traffic, I think it is. And then it goes to a amber circle, I think it is. Yeah, it's an amber circle. That's traffic advisory because it's getting close now. You'd get traffic as the sort of warning to say, you've got somebody pretty bloody close. You might have to intervene and steer away from them at that point. And then it goes to a red square if it becomes resolutionary advisory, and that means you've got to do something to fly away, because that's basically a threat that you're going to collide if you stay on the current flight path. And you won't get it on the CO, but you can get an automatic TCAS, autopilot TCAS. You get TCAS blue come up here in the FMA, and then the autopilot will fly the manoeuvre. But on a CEO you don't have. I mean, you can actually put it on, to be fair. Which is quite interesting. So you could put in the options if you really wanted to. Where is it? There we go, automatic TCAS. So you could turn it on, and then it would go TCAS blue, and then it would fly the TCAS avoidance manoeuvre. But most CEOs don't have this. This is more of a NEO thing. So FLS, also TCAS LDAV. This is more NEO stuff really, rather than the CEO. But nice that Fenix have modelled it. So in this case, you wouldn't get any TCAS on the FMA. It would just go, what did it say? Traffic, and then it says something like it says climb or descend, and then you get a green section of the VSI. So you get a red bit, and then you get a green bit, and you've got to fly the VSI needle into the green. And you just go, when you get a TCAS RA, you just go memory items. So on this, you go TCAS I have control, disconnect the autopilot. You ask for the flight directors off. This just forces the auto thrust to go into speed. And then you just manually fly the vertical speed into the green section of the VSI until you're clear of the conflict. So yeah, it's there's a couple of symbols, and they're all sort of relevant, I suppose, just to avoid. It's know where other traffic is, and to avoid it. Newer aircraft have like a little traffic selector here. Our aircraft don't have it, but they have an improved transponder ADSC type thing in their FMGCs, and you can actually select different aircraft on the navigation display, and you can see what their altitudes are, their flight numbers, their destinations, their altitudes, rate of climb, speeds, and things like that. I think, which is a really good bit of kit. It's a bit useless, but it's a cool bit of kit, I suppose. You can see what the other traffic are around you, who they are. So if you've got an aircraft ahead of you, like 30 odd miles away, you could select him on here, and you go, oh, it's a Lufthansa, going the other direction, for example. But really the TCAS bit is the important bit. Want the 2CBs west and east would be enough to take extra fuel in case there might be a few diverts to Rome from these. Yeah, I mean, Christian, that is a very, very good point. That is, I mean, that is really thinking outside the box. That's, that is sort of really, situational awareness. That is pretty expansive. But diversions from where exactly? Because anybody over here, the Balearics, they're probably going to divert that way or that way. They're probably unlikely to go all the way this way. And they might do. There might be a couple of, what's that, Sidinius? There might be a couple of guys going this direction. But, is it going to be a lot of aircraft to really slow everything down? Probably not. And, similarly, the CBs are going that way anyway. So the CBs are going away from us. And any diverts around here, Croatia, they're probably going to go maybe this direction, maybe a bit sort of further south. So, the chances of there being, a lot of diversions going straight to Rome and slowing everything down, yes, although you can't discount that, but probably unlikely to be enough to really slow your arrival down. And of course, you do have a bit of contingency as well. We took a little bit of extra fuel just for slightly lower flight levels, a bit of anti-ice use, a bit of APU use, and we had about 400 extra contingencies. So we still got that 400 there, plus an extra 200 that we haven't really burnt. So we got 20 minutes, and in this case, hey Tom, how you doing? You say there might be hold times in Rome, but where else are you going to go? I know you've got fuel. You've got fuel from Milan and all the other alternates. We've got that, so we've got loads of fuel to go somewhere else if we really needed to. But the weather's fine in Rome. You've got 3 runways. They all pretty much, 2 definitely, all have, very high accuracy ILSs down to Cat 2 on a beautiful day. Yes, you might have to hold for 25 minutes. We've got 17 minutes. If we got an estimated approach time of what time are we due in? 10 past. So if they said, right, your estimated approach time is 3:30, so 15:30, that's longer than the amount of fuel we've got as CNR for Milan. Now we could actually lower this. We could change our alternates to Naples, and then our CNR is going to be a bit lower. So that would give us a bit more thinking time. But you're very. It's easy. You can quite happily commit. You can really happily commit to this because the runways are open. It's nice weather. So why would you think about diverting and going? Okay, well, if we haven't had started the approach within 17 minutes, we've got to go. It's like, but no, you don't, because you've got 2 tons of extra fuel there in alternate. If you just commit, you've got lots of runways available, and if I just go bang, there we go, right, I'm going to commit. I've now suddenly got an hour and 20 minutes of extra fuel, and that's before I land at final reserve. So you've got a lot of extra fuel to play with to effectively commit to Rome, and why wouldn't you? With lots of runways. Now, if it was just a single runway with maybe a VOR approach, it might be a little bit different. But this is where the sort of in-flight fuel management comes into it. And the sort of decision making. Where are we going to go? Why would we go somewhere else when there's pretty much nothing stopping us getting into Rome? Even if somebody blocks 16 left, we've still got 16 right. We've still got runway 25 as well, potentially. So, from a commercial point of view, it's explaining flight fuel management better than our books. Yeah, it's always quite a emotive. I suppose it is quite emotive, really. It's not. I wouldn't say it's subjective. It's not really subjective, but there is a lot of subjectivity involved with it because everybody has a slightly different opinion on their fuel management. Because at the end of the day, it's your license. As a captain, you're looking after yourself because it's your license. You've got to be safe. You've got to keep everybody else safe as well. So everybody's a little bit subjective in terms of where their comfort level is. But explaining this to new commands, explaining this to sort of explaining it to cadets is was a bit fucking pointless because. It's no disrespect to cadets. The cadets are great guys and girls, but this isn't really in their remit. Fuel management, yes, it's a really important part of their learning process. It's critical that they know it, but at the end of the day, the captain is responsible for this. This is a captain's page. you want to be really 100% satisfied that you know what this page is doing, what it's displaying to you, and how this translates to getting in somewhere or not getting in or going somewhere else. Because the captain's ultimately going to be responsible for that decision and make that decision. So yes, the cadets need to know it, but it's always a really, really good one for commands, especially command line training, because it's like, well, where are you going to go? What are you going to do? You're going to commit? You're not going to commit? You're going to get in? You're going to go, well, bollocks to it. It's cav okay. I don't want to go anywhere else. I want to get into Rome. Passengers are paying for me to go to Rome. Company wants me to go to Rome. If I commit because I can, because the weather's lovely, well, then I've suddenly got a load of extra fuel to play with. So you can play around with these figures. You can put alternate flight plans in. I don't think the Fenix quite does this, because it's not quite it doesn't quite have the fidelity, sadly. But you can actually put a routing, or in fact, it has got the routing. It's already done it actually. But yeah, you can put this routing into the alternate, and that will give you. And if you put the winds in as well, so if you update the winds and have them as more up to date winds as well, when it goes in. Oh. Insert, yeah, thank you. What this would do, if I just cleared that, it would give you the actual alternate fuel based on the route you've got in the winds. The flight plan may say you need 2.2 to get to Milan, but with the route and the winds in, it might say, well, you actually need 1.8. So that updates your CNR, which means your extra time might increase a little bit. It might increase the alternate fuel. You might go from 2.2 to 2.5, in which case your CNR would drop, or it'd increase and the extra time would drop. But yeah, this is all in-flight fuel management stuff, which is very, very important stuff. And don't forget, this is a planning exercise. All of this is just planning. This is all stuff on the ground. This is just box ticking to satisfy the authorities. Go, yeah, I've done that, I've done that, I've done that, I've done a fuel planning, blah blah blah, I've done all that, done that, thanks very much, I'm legal to go. As soon as you're in the air, you rip this up. You could just rip this up and just throw it in the bin, because it absolutely means nothing. From a fuel planning point of view, this is now the important page, but we don't quite have the fidelity in the Fenix model to really utilise this to the maximum sort of capacity we've got, I suppose. But so the flight plan in the Fenix is still quite relevant. Yeah, it's it's quite an important thing. But really, you need to know the current weather at your destination, expected hold times, the approaches you've got, and this, that, and the other, and that makes your decision that formulates your decision on whether you can sort of commit or not. So in the real world, what's the longest you've had to hold, and where was it? Longest I've had to hold. Good question. I don't know, to be honest. Gatwick, maybe. Barcelona, possibly. I mean, this is the thing, you don't really hold. I mean, Tom will probably say you do, but he has a lot more fuel than I do. But you generally don't hold quite as much as you used to, because of course we're all working on, whether we've got a slot, a CTOT, or we're all sort of working with a planned departure time, and that's all that's plugged into the systems in Eurocontrol in Brussels. And the whole idea of that is everything is sequenced seamlessly, so all the aircraft are in the air at the point they should be in the air, and there's no extra congestion further down routes. And if there is going to be extra congestion, then people are held on the ground, so you don't have to physically hold in the air. The whole idea of this new sort of ACDM, this airport collaborative decision making type things that they've got in the airports, is that they don't want aircraft in the air holding, burning fuel, pumping out CO2, creating noise, this, that, and the other. They'd rather have them on the ground where they're not actually sort of burning any fuel. So it's getting a lot better nowadays, where the delays are absorbed on the ground now rather than actually in the air. So that's the whole idea of sort of the sort of flight planning stuff that they've got in Brussels now, where it's getting a lot more clever to sort of work out where people are going to be, and where they're going to be at what point to sort of stop them holding. Hold at Heathrow for 20 minutes. I mean, that's relatively standard, I suppose. I mean, that's the funny thing. London TMA, if you're holding for 20 minutes, they don't actually have to say there's any delay. They don't have to tell you there's a delay. They don't have to tell you there's an approach time. 20 minutes is actually normal. And I'm sure it's in the UK AIP that it even said airlines should accommodate the fact that they may have to hold for 20 minutes in the London TMA. certainly at busy times, and accommodate that and plan for it in their fuel decisions as well, because air traffic control are not under any obligation to say there's any delay or any approach time if the holding is less than 20 minutes. Now, of course, for us, 20 minutes, we think, oh, fuck me, like, where's that come from? Wasn't expecting to do that. I've got 10, 15 minutes of extra fuel, but I might not have 20. I was added the other day in Gatwick before Christmas. 380 did a go around due to an object on the runway. No idea what. Went into the hold without any EAT. Yeah. See, that's the thing, isn't it, Tom? You sit there and go, well, can I commit? It's, an object on the runway. Is that debris? Is it? It might be a bit of bloody tarmac. That they've just dug up. There might be a big slab of concrete now, and you can't bloody land on that then, so might have to go somewhere else. But you need a bit more information, really. Is it an object that you can, is it at the airport? Can they clear it? Can they clear it quickly? Is it going to take time? Because you have a bit of extra fuel to hold, but there's no point holding for 20 minutes only to be told, well, no, we still haven't cleared it because it's half a ton bloody slab of concrete. If you're told that in the first place and you go, well, bugger it, I'll go off to Heathrow then, go there instead. At least that extra 20 minutes is then in your tanks going to Heathrow rather than burning it. But decided to commit as soon as he said the airport's still operational. Yeah, you have technically got a second runway, haven't you, in Gatwick? So, if they can open up 26 right, 08 left, then you could land on that. Flight sim for 6 years now, 20 on start my MPL April. Do you think flight sim experience will help? Yeah, I think it will, Sonny. It depends. Don't forget, I'm using a very particular set of SOPs. The SOPs that I use are probably not Finnair's SOPs. So, don't listen to me and commit them to memory if you're going to somewhere that doesn't use the same SOPs that I have. But, I think it's beneficial. Certainly these sort of things, depends what airline you go on. If you go on an Airbus or something, or 737, or you got a PMGG, etc. These are very high fidelity models. So there's a lot of things that you can do with these aircraft that are very similar to the real life. So it will give you probably an advantage when you do things like type ratings, because you will know what buttons do. You know where things are. When people say, "Oh, turn engine 1 bleed off," straight away it's there because you just know where that is because you've been looking at it in the sim, etc. So you just know what a lot of where these buttons are, even if you don't know what a lot of them do. You sort of know their locations. So yes, it will know in certain SOPs as well. That's going to help. The thing is, when you do start type ratings, you do a lot of failure management stuff. You look at things that are breaking and then sort of how to run the failure. When you type rating, of course, you're both, relatively young FOs, so you don't have a captain with you helping you. So you're just sort of learning the basics of how to run through an ECAM. The discipline involved, monitor switches, etc. Some basic tech knowledge. So Finnair Pilot sounds rather British. Yes, tally ho. Yeah, I'm half Finnish. That's my excuse. Spent all my time living in London. Rome Tower. Oh, awesome! We got a bit of ATC as well. So there you go. It's start having fun with the Italians. So yeah, no, definitely. I think if you've got the sim and you've been doing it for 6 years, that's I do think it will help a lot. Your initial training, like sort of your basic training, it might help. Possibly. This is the thing. This sim is so much more advanced. I never had anything like this when I was training. But we've got sort of real world, textures, haven't we? So when you're doing sort of general aviation nav type exercises, you could actually do that in the sim if you wanted to. You could do a dry run almost of just, well, this is kind of what I need to see, and it won't be 100% perfect, but it will give you an idea. Yeah, what Tom says, don't concentrate too much on this. It will help you, and certainly when you do type ratings, this will come fully in black probably. But yeah, take each step as it comes. Basic training, getting those first stage, whatever they are, I don't even know what they call them, but those first events ticked off. And ATPLs. The ATPLs are the worst. I was quite grateful. I did mine well over the course of well over a year. So, I had lots of time to do mine, and I was flying at the same time. So, you know, I had a really nice balanced mix of flying and learning, so it was quite nice. You know, I think the newer guys, they do all their ATPLs in 6 months, and I've got no idea how they do that. I mean, I would have, you know, driven me mad if I'd done that. But you know, I'm an old fart, so I was a bit more lucky. Right, is everybody going down to Rome? There's a lot of aircraft all pointing in the same direction. You're going to Rome. You're going to Rome. You're going to Rome. Christ, we've got a load of Rome arrivals. This might be interesting. Right, I've got 3 other aircraft that I might have to contend with. So that 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Well, I might just have to stick to the procedure then and just see what people are doing, and just, you know, slot myself in where I can. I think that's all I can do. Yeah, there's a couple of aircraft that's almost perpendicular. I always get this. There's always, you know, I don't know. Whenever I go flying, there's always other people flying at the same time, which I don't mind. There's nothing wrong with that. But I just happen to always find myself in the same bit of airspace at the same time. So yeah. It's alright. We will manage it. We shall manage it one way or another. Yeah, you actually have to walk around by yourself. Yeah, yeah, you do. Right, let's just get things up and prepped so we know what we're doing. Get a new 80 a minute. So we will be doing the RITEP 3 Bravo arrival. So I'll just stick to this, and then, you know, it depends what we will just sort of keep with the profile. Because otherwise, I mean, you know, if people were ahead of me and they go RITEP Suvok, you know, they can break off before me, and then I can just sort of follow them. That'd be nice. Doing my training with Sear Catwick. Oh, very nice. Good. You'll enjoy it, Sonny. I'm sure you will. You will really enjoy it. It's just a lot of hard work. A lot of hard work. Especially the new courses. You know, I think they're so intense. You know, it's that proverbial fire hose. You know, you're just trying to retain as much information as possible. Which again, it's probably a little bit different to what I did, but you know, you just got to sort of keep at it, I suppose. Be quite studious, be quite disciplined, you know, enjoy yourself. Although, you know, enjoying yourself in Crawley, I mean, that's a bit of a challenge, but you know, do what you can. Right, so KNH has gone up now, 1015. Is 9 degrees, so it's almost in double figures. 110. 104. Good, that's not changed. Sims are great. Yeah, the Sims are good. If I may come in between your conversation, I can't get enough of your real life partners page. Always learn something new. No worries, Peter. No, I mean, that's the whole point of us being here, is there's always a little nugget of information which you go, oh, I never knew that. But, I mean, it's the same with us. You know, I'm always flying with guys, and people say things, or, you know, you speak to a trainer and they go, oh, did you know this? And I went, nope, I didn't know that. It's like, oh yeah, it's in the SOPs. I just haven't actually. I've probably read it. I just haven't made sense of it or something, or maybe a new notice to crew that I've, you know, briefly sort of passed my eyes open. So yeah, every day's a school day. We're always learning, even us real life guys. We're always learning. Of course, they're always changing things as well. So we're always having to bloody learn something new, because they're always having to bloody change something. Loudspeaker should have been off. Should I fly like that? That's a bit different. Ew, don't like that. Hello was okay. How I did was I read the book twice and hammered the bank. Yeah, we had a question bank, so we just went through that. Just question bank. Just do as much as you can. eventually just learn the answers. I mean, it's not really learning the subject, you just know the answer, but you know, it sort of works. Right, was that Unamu? Last little fuel check before we start going down. Oh, come on. What is the time? 20 to 3. Perfect. Unamu. Somewhere around it. There you go. Unamu is about 2 hours and 37 minutes in, which is not too far off, a couple of minutes behind that. About 400s on top of that. About 4.2, which is, oh yeah, 4.5. So yeah, we burnt a little bit less as well. General map. If you want to read up on stuff, start with POF and Met. Yeah, Met's. I mean, I quite liked Met, to be honest. I mean, we all did our sort of, you know, we did our CPT, computer-based training. And I did actually quite enjoy Met, but then the difference was I was flying as well at the same time, so we'd learn about particular things. You know, certainly when we're doing our lessons as well, you know, we'd talk about Met and, you know, various things that are around, you know, the local conditions. So, you know, you would kind of sort of like read something and go, right, this is all gobbledygook to me, and then you go and fly your lesson later in the afternoon, and then the instructor go, right, this is the, you know, cold front's going through, this is where the clouds are, and you go, yeah, that makes sense now, I did read that. So, you know, putting the practical stuff into practice after you've read the theory did actually help quite a bit. But I think the problem is you don't really get to do a lot of flying practical stuff, you know, whilst you're doing your ATP hours, which makes it, that's why it makes it really hard. I can do it, I don't think I can do it at all. You know, I'm a very practical person. And I need that sort of, you know, visualization of kind of what's out the window to sort of understand the written bit. But yeah, I did quite like Met. Principles of Flight. I can't remember. I think I did quite well on that. What was one of them? Was it Principles of Flight? Was that Aerodynamics? So I think I got like 98% in Principles of Flight. I've got no fucking idea how I did it. That was a guess, I think. I was just like, oh, that looks like the right answer, and somehow blagged it. You know, what was the one I did really? Radio nav. I was shit at radio nav. I can't remember what the pass mark was. It's 75%. I think I must have got about 78% or 79% on radio nav. I don't know. I quite liked the subject as well. It was quite interesting, but I just did not get it. You know, it just didn't quite sort of resonate with me. Right, these are the aircraft now, so let's start slowing down because we're going to have to keep an eye on these guys. So 250. I'm on Unicom. Good, yeah, I can slow down. So yeah, I'm going to have to sort of, I think these are the arrivals, 7,000 below, 6,000 below. Let's have a look. What's the lowest we can go down to? I think they're probably looking at getting a straight in, which could be quite helpful. 90, I think. Flight number 90, yeah. Let's just start going down to 90 now. Right, descent, and to leave it at selected speed, 90 blue. Let's get a radio call out. Because there's somebody that's crossing my level actually, him. Rome traffic, Fenix 78 Delta, we're descending flight level 90, we're expecting the RITEB 3 Bravo arrival for runway 16 left. At the minute we've got the full procedure planned in. Right, there we go, so TCAS I have control. Let's just go down a little bit quicker, shall we? So if that was to turn into an RA, which it might do in a minute, 1,000 feet, there we go, so just about got clear. So I think this is a Ryanair, so it's probably my fault, should send it a bit quicker. So yeah, had that turned into an RA, I would have had to turn the flight directors off. It would have been TCAS out of control. Come on, get me bloody views right. Turn the flight directors off, would have been auto thrust speed, and then I just would have put the VS bar in the right place, in the green. Yeah. Why do I keep pressing that button? Right, so yeah, I'm about the same sort of place as him, but he's below me. Right, let's see if we can get the ATIS. So Charlie, ILS Whiskey to 16 left, there we go. I think I've got X-ray. 100, 4. 8 degrees, 1015. It's going to be about 9 degrees, isn't it, by the time I get there? Yeah, need to put that in as well. 214, that's probably the same. I think that's a different approach. Whiskey. Yeah, no, it isn't actually. I don't know why. Don't know why it's a slightly. There we go. 289. If it's the missed approach climb gradient, possibly. Yeah, 75 feet higher. Alright, anti-ice is coming on. Something like 700 hours of simulator training. You won't be doing 550 hours of actual flying. No way. I don't think it's 700 hours of simulator training. I don't think it's about 70 hours of actual flying, I think, and probably a few hundred hours of sim training. I can't remember the actual syllabus now. Marine traffic, Fenix 78 Delta, descending flight level 90, we are direct to Iplex on the RNAV transition from runway 16 left. Right, I don't know where you are or who you are or where you're going, but you haven't put anything on Unicom yet. And you're flying bloody slow, so hurry the fuck up or get out of the way. You're below me, so you can go ahead of me, but you know, at least say something on Unicom. Right, transition altitude 6,000. 70, a bit of transition flight level. So about 50 odd miles until we're to the threshold, just off our left hand side, and 27,000 feet. So yeah, need to be quite a bit lower if we were going to start turning left now. Which if I just go open descent, thrust idle, open descent. And tower, was tower still on 18.7. What I will do is I'll do a direct to this waypoint in a minute, because I think this guy's got far enough ahead. Just still quite a little bit high at the minute. Right, let's just strap him in. Prepare the camera for the landing. And we can go down to, so still 90 here, 6,000. Where's the note number 2? There's note 2. I can't even see note 2. Oh, there you go, ATC. So 6,000 probably by ATC. Yeah. Cut in like Nick would, yeah. Rome traffic, Fenix 78 Deltas, left turn to the Romeo Fox 426 for the approach 16 left. So again, still nobody on Unicom. Absolutely no one. How high are we? Probably quite high. 7,000 feet, what do we got in terms of distance? 52 miles. Yeah, we are quite high. Let's just keep on going down. Right, approach phase is activated. That's pretty good, Tom. I suppose you're a bit heavier, aren't you? So generally we don't like doing that just because it's, you know, especially around London TMA and things like that. You know, if you hit a drone, obviously, you know, energy is what's energy? You know, times speed squared or something. It's, you know, you don't want to hit a drone going through the bloody windscreen at that sort of speed. Right, there's another guy now over here on the left, and he's still not said anything on Unicom, so, you know, fuck him. So, 45 miles, about 15,000 feet coming up, so we're still a little bit high, a few thousand feet, but we're slowly catching it up. Speed brake, yeah, I know. If the thrusters are idle, like it should be, a bit of rain. Ah, come on. Right, let's Suvok. So Suvok is 4,000. Set the QNH. QNH is cross-checked. 4,000 is blue. And approach checks. Sparrow F, QNH 1015. Seatbelts are on. Should be. Yeah, they are on. Stupid thing. Minimum is Barrow 289. Water brake is low, and the FBs are stowed and disconnected. Rome traffic, Finnair 78 Delta is direct to Suvok to send in 4,000 feet, ILS approach runway 16 left. India Fox Lima Lima is identified.
Roma traffic, ETA 10 Bravo proceeding with direct to Romeo Fox 4 16 for ELS, 16 left, Roma.
Lovely. Oh, he's perked up, finally. Let's keep the speed back a bit. Yeah, he's there, so he's coming in behind us. So what have we got? 33 miles, so yeah, we're below profile now, it's good, just haven't got the indications just yet. Yeah, it's alright Tom, I was just making sure we trying to get below that profile. The other one used text, did they? Okay, fair enough. Well, I think he's the guy behind me has said it, so. Road traffic, Fenix 78 Delta, we're 14, sorry, correction, we're 9 miles from Savok and 250 knots. Right, so after Suvok we go to 3,000 to Mabon and then 2,500 to platform. I'll just keep it at 3,000, just intercept about 9 miles, should be fine. Let's go VS. Speed VS.
Finnair 78 Delta, this is ETA 10 Bravo. We're gonna give you priority for the ILS, sir.
Thank you, we're about 23 miles from the ILS and still doing 250. We'll start slowing down at Xero.
Yeah, we're still about 30 from the ILS, so we're gonna slow it down here so you can get priority. We are proceeding to Romeo Fox 448, it's about 10 miles from Exama for the ILS.
Yep, thanks, no worries. So you got loads of space behind me, so it should be fine. Thanks very much, Fenix 78 Delta. Good, well, he's fine, he's well
no problem.
behind, so that's good, it's 3,000. So VS 3,000 is blue. Yeah, we can start slowing down around Xero. Maybe just before then. It's nice headwind, 31 knots of headwind, that's good. So MSA is still looking good, we're still visual the ground. There's 1,000 to go. What was the MSE? Forgotten. 3,700. Technically we're below sector safe. Lost temperature, still 8 degrees. So 80 miles. So you've got the localizer, that's starting to be received, should get the glide slope any second now. There it is, there's a glide slope. Yeah, let's start slowing it down. And landing lights are coming on. If I can find a click spot, which I never can. Get those on. We're in traffic, Fenix 78 Delta, we're about to establish on the localizer 40 miles and go into tower. Not quite a CDA, I don't think. May just about get it. Right. Tower, very good afternoon, Fenix 78 Delta. We are descending 3,000 feet, approaching X area for the ILS Whiskey, approach runway 16 left.
Fenix 78 Delta, Fiume Tower, buonasera, continue approach, report when established.
We'll go, port established, Fenix 78 Delta. Right, flap on. Arm this all up. There we go, glide slope lock blue, Cat 3 dual AP 1 and 2. I will squeeze a CD out of it.
Easy 9 Charlie Bravo at Delta 5 across runway 25.
Flying Gatwick tomorrow, nice. Oh yeah, hopefully.
Sorry, it was unreadable, just the mic open.
Right, glide slope start. What's the missed approach altitude on this? 4,000.
Sure, easy 9 Charlie Bravo, on Delta 5, cross runway 25.
It's actually 2,000, maintain 2,000 until this point.
And easy 9 Charlie Bravo, give the way to the Eurowings A320 from left to right.
Missed approach altitude is set.
Traffic is high, we'll give way to the Eurowings.
180 selected. Flat 2, just check flat 2.
Eurowings 238, welcome to Roma, continue via Delta, cross runway 25.
Roma Fiumicino Tower, hello, this is ITA 10 Bravo, ILS 16 left.
Itarro 10 Bravo, Fiume Tower, buonasera, continue approach and report when established. As traffic information, the previous traffic, Finnair Airbus A320, currently 8 miles, final 16 left.
ITA 10 Bravo, aero traffic, continue approach, 16, correction 10 Bravo.
Fiume Tower, Finnair 78 Delta is fully established, 16 left.
Finnair 78 Delta, 16 left, clear to land, wind 110 knots.
Clear 16 left, Finnair 178 Delta, thanks. Alright, that's good, that's
And
done.
for the clearance by text, guys, please 1 moment. Lots of traffic on the ground, lots of inbound, so please be patient. I call you back 1 by 1, thank you.
No worries. Right, let's get the gear down, please.
Alitalia 4 Kilo Lima, request traffic, disregard request.
So just expect the standard Golf,
taxi,
standard arrival 1 once we've
103.
vacated Delta, and then direct to Echo Golf. So.
First Eurowings 238
Right,
for the
alright,
third
flap
time,
3, speed
continue
checks.
via
Flap
Delta,
3.
did you acknowledge?
God, he's really loud. Let's turn him down. That's a bit better. Right, landing checklist. Cabin is secure for landing. Go altitude 2,000 feet is set, and ECOM is landing no blues with cleared lands. Speed's looking pretty good. What we got, about 138.
Roma traffic, it's
138,
American
that's good.
1726 Heavy.
LMA, I'll be
Delta,
done in a
right
minute.
taxi.
That's all done, that's all done, that's done, that's done. I think I'm all set. Yeah, 2 minutes, mate. I'll be on the ground in a second.
American 17267.
Right, but there's the
via
runway,
Zulu,
which is
Mike,
good.
Romeo, and
So
Bravo.
winds will die
disregard
off.
the taxi via Zulu. And Alpha, holding point Alpha, Alpha, runway 16 right.
Right, there we go. It's looking pretty good.
Taxi via Zulu, Alpha,
1,000.
holding point 16 right. American 1726 Heavy.
So yeah, one's going to swing round from the left a little bit. It's only 4 knots.
Request taxi.
Alitalia 4 Kilo Lima, when cleared of traffic, Airbus A320 Neo from right to left, taxi via uniform and intersection Delta Mike 1, holding point Bravo Bravo.
So fair
runway
play to the
25.
guy behind us. Actually had a bit of situational awareness. Don't want to get too high. Try and get off of that first exit.
Behind traffic, taxi to holding point runway 25 via uniform and intersection
500
Delta Mike
stable.
1, Alitalia 4 Kilo Lima.
Pitch altitude should still be a little bit higher. Flat 3 should be close to 5 to 6 degrees. So this is still a little bit flat.
100 above. 300.
Easy 9 Charlie Bravo via Delta and Charlie Foxtrot to send 501.
Yeah, that's for
200.
and for 501 for East Manager Bravo.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
landing rate is
On
shit.
station, on station, broadcast information, Echo, QNH 1016, break, Alitalia 4, Kilo Lima, via Bravo, line up and clear for takeoff, runway 25, wind 1505 knots.
Clear for takeoff, runway 25 via Bravo, Alitalia 4, Kilo Lima, thanks.
Roma is Itaro 10 Bravo, we are established.
Itaro 10 Bravo, continue approach and number 2,
so there's a crap rollout, but I was looking at the wrong thing.
Back shortly.
1016, 10 Bravo.
So down here to the left. Yeah, I fucking hate flying
Finnair
off
7 is Delta, confirm runway is vacated.
Yeah, runway vacated, Finnair 7 Delta.
Thank you, Itaro 10 Bravo, 16 left, clear to land, wind 1505 knots.
Yeah, it's always pissing me off. It never records the fucking landing rate.
Itaro 10
I've got
Bravo,
to go
runway
into it every single time to get it working. It works one day and then it doesn't work on the next one. I fucking hate this bloody banner thing. It's utter shit. I'm not going to do it again.
10 Bravo, thank you.
I'm just going to take it off the stream. It's fucking
Finnair
pointless.
78 Delta, welcome to Roma, continue via Delta at Delta 5, cross runway 25.
Thanks very much at continue Delta, Delta 5, cross runway 25, Finnair 78 Delta. Yeah, it is shit, this flying life. I'm just going to delete it. It's just pile of wank.
American 1726, negative, hold position, call you back.
Holding position, American 1726 Heavy.
Fuck off.
American 1726 Heavy, you
right,
actually continue.
Right, so you guys come off.
Continue taxi, American 1726 Heavy.
Italia 4, Kilo Lima, unfortunately no more ATC available, Unicom 1228, enjoy your evening, bye.
Fucking hate these click spots.
Unicom 1228, thanks, bye bye.
Fuck's sake, sort it out!
Rome Tower,
fucking hell, make them bigger.
Wizard 1209, around final, runway 16 left.
Fuck's sake.
Wizard 1209, Fiume Tower, Buonasera, continue approach, number 2, becoming number 1, QNH 10.
Honestly, it's things like this that piss me off.
QNH 1016, continue approach, Wizard 1209.
Right, Delta 5 cross, so we can clear the cross there, it's fine. I mean, they don't really use it for landings, so. Yeah, sorry about that. I was looking at the replay, not the replay, I was looking at the Streamlabs for the landing rate, realised it was 0, took my eye off the runway and started weaving all over the place. But yeah, I just don't, I don't get it. I don't understand why it don't fucking work.
And Finnair 78 Delta at Delta 5, please hold position.
Roger. Right, just holding position, Delta 5, Finnair 78 Delta. It was a bit late.
If you missed, no problem. You can do Delta 4 as well.
Okay, yeah, no, we're stopped at Delta 5 now. Easy Finnair 78 Delta. Right, brakes on. Got a bit late in the day, mate. There's somebody taking off, probably.
Peter 10 Bravo, runway vacated.
Wizard 10, correction, Wizard 1209, runway 16 left, clear to land, wind 1505 knots.
These textures are a bit wrong, aren't they? It's all pink.
Runway 16 left, Wizard 1209.
Oh dear.
Finnair 78 Delta, continue taxi, thanks.
Roger, continue taxi, Finnair 78 Delta.
Taro 10 Bravo, welcome to Roma, continue via Delta.
Got to do that.
Continue Delta 10 Bravo.
Hey Willie. So straight on, and yeah, just keep on this bit basically. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with my textures. Oh dear. I had this problem with Madeira the other day. Maybe I need to buy the Rome scenery myself. I think this was it. Yeah.
Easy 900 Bravo reporting engine touching you for the ATC. Have a good day.
Is it 9 Charlie Bravo? Thank you for flying. Hope you
Must
enjoy.
be Fashion Week, yeah. About the click spots, you can go to general settings down at the end, check the lens. It's off. No, it's off, Leonardo. I know that. I will double check it, but I'm fairly sure that lens correction is off. Yeah, I'm aware of that being an issue. Yeah. So it is off. It's just they're just too small. You know, when you zoom out, they're just not big enough. You know, there's too much of a fine margin between one switch selection and the other. You know, when you're taxiing along at 30 knots, you know, you want it to be, you know, definitively off. You know, I think X-Plane where like you can drag it. You know, you can just click on the switch and drag the
Roma
mouse.
Tower, American
Which would actually be a lot
1726 Heavy
easier.
is ready for departure. Information Echo.
American 1726 Heavy, runway 16 right via Alpha Alpha, line up and clear for takeoff, window
I'm raging again.
1505.
Yeah. Well, I was full of beans this morning. I was full of like excitement in the morning.
Clear for takeoff, 16 right, American
And now I'm just
1726
raging.
Heavy.
Yeah.
Guitar 10 Bravo on Delta 5 cross runway 25.
Delta 5 crossing runway 25, it's 10 Bravo.
Right, I think I've done everything. That's all done. That's on. That's on. I just need to switch that off actually because that's on.
And Guitar 10 Bravo, continue via Delta, Echo Golf, Echo Charlie, stand 225.
Repeat taxi please for 10 Bravo.
Yep, no problem. Continue via Delta, Echo Golf, and Echo Charlie, stand 225.
Delta Echo Golf, Echo Charlie, for stand 225, it's 10 Bravo, thank you very much.
Yeah, I never used to have these texture problems, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. Maybe they will come in when I get a bit closer. I don't know. Yeah. Oh well, I've got a pink room. Yeah, I will be doing it in a second, Josh. There you go, we're about 3 minutes, so let's do number 2 is confirmed. And yellow electric pump is on. So APU's running, and yellow electric pump is running as well. And Tower Fenix 78 Delta, I would like stand 504 if that's available, please. Yeah, somebody.
Fenix 78 Delta, please repeat the stand number.
504, please, if that's available.
Fenix 78 Delta, no problem. Actually, shortcut, continue straight on Delta and call you back.
Roger, straight on Delta, Fenix 78 Delta. Right, so there's 2. Is he a go around? Is that a departure? I mean, what's just happened there? I mean, that's a bit of interesting controlling. I'm fairly sure he should be the departure. He's 25, but I suppose it's a heavy. You know, the heavies will take off on 16 right as well. I suppose he's separated them well enough. Right, so looks like we're going the back way round. So down Delta, probably Golf, and in that way. I won't start GSX yet until he's actually given me the stand. To be fair, actually, the Italians are fine. It was just the bloody PC being a twat.
American 1726, no more ATC available. Unicom 122.8. Just be aware of the traffic fueling Airbus A320 Neo, probably on your tickets.
Alright, no further ATC available, and we'll look out for the Airbus American 1726 Heavy. Thanks for your ATC.
Thank you.
Wizz Air 1209, overtaking via Delta Golf.
Wizz Air 1209, welcome to Roma, continue via Delta.
Wizz Air 1209.
Fenix 78 Delta, continue via Delta, Hotel November Whiskey to the stand.
Thank you, Delta, Hotel Whiskey, Hotel November Whiskey, and stand 504, Fenix 78 Delta. Right, so it's a bit awkward, so Delta, and then Hotel, I suppose I'll probably cut through Foxtrot.
And Wizz Air 1209 on Delta 5, cross runway 25.
Right, I'm going to cross through Foxtrot because I'm sure he's quite happy with that. It seems a bit daft just going ahead that bit and then going left. So 504 is going to be over here. Gate. 504. There we go. Perfect.
Fiumicino Tower, XRO 1462 is inbound to auxiliary.
Aviation services, I have no idea how to do. Going to Rome next Monday. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's always a bit of a manic place, isn't it, Tom? Right, it's November Whiskey's the next right. Oh, it looks like the terminal scenery is actually okay. It's just a few of the other sceneries looking a bit of a funny colour. Right, what are you? I might just go through him.
Fiumicino Tower, are you there?
Get out the bloody way. Thank you. Knob. Dickheads in fuel trucks. Ah, well done. I think somebody said that to me the other day, you put the lights on and they move. I don't know how true that is, but... Right, maximum wingspan is 36 metres, that's what we got. It's 320, that's fine. And 504 is second from the end. Probably where that staircase is. It goes 318, 506. Sorry, 518, 506. Does that make sense? Yeah, they need to move that. That's a bit of a stupid place. Fairly sure my wing would clip that. Alright, taxi lights off. There's a marshaller. Can I not have, like, stand guidance? Yeah, I'm fairly sure the wing would be a little bit close to that.
Tower 1462 is established ILS 16 left whiskey.
Itaro 1462 Fiume Tower, Buona
So there is like a...
runway 16 left, clear to land, wind 150, 5 knots.
Runway 16 clear to land, SRA 1462.
0129, request continue taxi.
01209, you can continue taxi via Delta.
Via Delta, 0129.
And with 01209, your stand 407, you can continue via Delta, Echo Golf, Hotel, November Zulu.
Stand number 407, continue via Delta, Echo Golf.
Right, he looks relatively happy before I shut it down and embarrass myself.
No problem, with
Maybe
01209,
could have done with going a bit
continue
more far
via
forward.
Delta, Echo Golf, Hotel, and November Zulu.
Yeah, it should move, it's got wheels on it. Yeah, I think the stop position should be a little bit more far forward than that, but there we go. Right, APU's good. That's good, parking brakes on, that's off. Engine one's off. That's done, that's done, that's done. That's done. Good, so a little bit of a drift. 4.4, that's quite high actually. Yeah. 347. Should have turned those off. Yeah, the jetty is moving, yeah. Alright, below the 10%, beacon's off. That's on. Get the APU bleed on. I can go off. Good, that will do. And D-board, yeah. Wait until the actual jetty's on. A bit eager to open the doors. Yeah, really enjoy that. No worries, Daz. Yeah, as always. My VG on GSX never works. It's probably because the stands haven't been. It hasn't been amended to put them in. Because this is right.
Boarding requested.
Good. So yeah, this is the MK Studios scenery. So this is obviously just part of the scenery, which isn't a bad thing because it's there, but it doesn't work. That's the thing. So let me have a quick look on this. Just move this up a little bit. Super parking chest. Yeah, that stop position definitely needs to be up here somewhere in that yellow block. Because I mean the tail is sort of it's hanging out a little bit. You wouldn't have it hanging over this pathway or this roadway in case of like steps going past. So yeah, definitely that needs to be a bit more forward. But yeah, Tom, this is all part of the scenery, which if you go into GSX you can add it. I wonder if I can do that now actually. Let's just pretend that's all done. So I go customize airport position. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you go into customize airport position, then there's a long list. Can I just actually stop this? Assume they're done. Right, restart. Perfect. So yeah, you'd have to go into amend the. Let's wait for it to start. How can I change the colour on GSX? Do you mean the menu, Leonardo? Because I've updated it this morning. So I've updated the GSX because it's now got the remote de-icing, which is how I did it back in Helsinki, because you need the new update on that, which has changed the menu. So yeah, it's sort of changed how it looks, which I think is what it is. But yeah, if you go in custom airport positions, Tom, go in 40. You see it's got marshaller, and then what you can do is you can go. Let's have warm out.
Entering editor. Please wait.
And then you can go into the editor, and then you can change things. So here we go. So you can see now it's got like a different docking system, and we can change that to, oh, not that one. We can change it to one that should look a bit more like the one that's on the wall, not that one. Not that. I don't know what that one is exactly. It's one of these, I think, isn't it? Similar. There we go. It's that type of docking system. There we go. And then we can move it and overlay it. How do I make it go up and down? Z, I think. I don't know why, but it's really blurry. It shouldn't really be blurry. How do I make it go up and down? Now there we go. So yeah, so you can overlay it on that one. There you go.
Guitar 1462, welcome to Roma. Continue via Delta.
It does sort of poke through, maybe.
Delta, time 1460.
I don't know, just do that. It's a little bit off the wall, but that would do. And then I would change what's the other things. I mean, somebody's obviously done a GSX profile, which is very good, but there's a few things which I would change, like that stop position. That should probably be further back here, considering where that jetty was. And the same, that would probably be changed. I don't know. I suppose it could be on the wall there. Nope. There you go. I've just changed the position of various things. Yeah, I suppose that would be over here.
Wizz Air 1209er, thank you for flying. See you on the next. Guitar 1462 on Delta 5 across runway 25.
So he's in the middle of a pole, so I need to move him a little bit. I do. He's alright.
By Delta 5, cross runway.
See, I mean,
5 forward, time 160.
See, normally all this sort of equipment would just be out of the way in the sort of these red lines, just completely off the actual apron, off the gate. That's better. That's a bit better. Good.
Exiting from editing mode.
So yeah, that's sort of how you'd quickly edit it, Tom, if you're still there. So now, and yes, it looks a bit. That's okay. Done, and obviously there's a lot of stands here in Rome, so there'd be a lot of editing you do. And somebody obviously has edited it, but they have done that, but it's not quite perfect. So there's a little bit of work to do for the rest of them. But apart from that, you know, there we go. That's, and then you can see there. You can see that the docking system's a bit better. You've taken it away from the actual marshaller, which would look a bit better. So yeah, anyway, there we go, guys. That's that was Helsinki to Rome with the remote de-icing, which was really, really good. Let's just disconnect from that, so don't really need that anymore. And do everything else. By the way, you can turn off rear stairs when connected. Yeah, you can, Christian. Sorry, that's a good point. You can, can't you? That is in the options. I have seen that before. And that's a bit better. That's sort of where an aircraft would be parked a bit more, you know, quite safely in there and almost in line. Maybe even a bit further back would probably be okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on. My textures slides completely. Maybe there's an update. Maybe I need to do an update or something to it. I'm not too sure, but yeah, at least the terminal's not too bad. Just ignore the sort of the pinky tower and boxes on the ground and everything else. But yeah, there we go, guys. That was Helsinki to Rome. Actually, not a bad flight. You know, a little bit of separation with guys behind me on that last little bit on the ILS. But yeah, landing looked okay. That landing rate, I've got to do something about this bloody banner. It's utter shite. It just never records the bloody landing rate. It is just utter crap. So yeah, I've got to do something about that. Just delete the bloody thing, because it's not worth the fucking time and effort putting into it. But the rest of it was fine. The flight was okay. So I'm going to walk the dog now. It's 3:30. The sun's still out, so I'm going to walk in before the missus comes home and leave it to it. I've got a couple of days at work this week, so I might be on Wednesday. I might be able to get on Wednesday. I don't know. See what time I've got available, and might be able to do some things. But hopefully the rest of you will have a nice week, and if I don't speak to you again this week, it'll probably be next week at some point. And yeah, I hope everybody has a good week and a good weekend when it comes. And yeah, enjoy. Any questions, leave comments in leave a comment in the box below, etc. Yes, mate, I'll walk you now, don't worry. He's like, come on, Dad, it's walkies time. So yeah, just leave a comment if you need any questions answered, and I'll try and get back to you. So have a good day, guys, and I'll see you all later. Cheerio.